Graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on barrel. Out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
Well, and having yourselves a very fantastic day. What's going on, everybody? My name is Jason Joseph. This, of course, is Play-by-Play with JJ. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and make sure that you guys turn on the bell icons, too. And that way you will know when we do go live. So we got Game 4 of the NBA Eastern Conference semifinals between the New York Knicks and the Philadelphia 76ers. No OG Anunoby. Joel Embiid is going to play this afternoon in Game 4 out at home. And the Knicks are going to try to wrap this up and try to get out the broomsticks. And the Philadelphia 76ers are going to try to force a Game 5 back at Madison Square Garden. I'm a little bit torn, okay? I'm a little bit torn about this game because while I do believe that the Philadelphia 76ers have a chance at winning this game, this New York Knicks team is just a really good team, and that's just the bottom line. New York is actually favored to win this game. They are at minus 125. The Philadelphia 76ers are at plus 105. Here's what's going to have to happen, though. If the Philadelphia 76ers are going to force a Game 5, this is what needs to happen today. They're going to have to get a very good shooting night. They're going to have to shoot the ball almost near perfect against this New York Knicks team. They just are. They're going to have to make tough shots, and they're going to have to get pivotal rebounds, and the bench is going to have to do better. I mean, this entire bench is just getting torn against this New York Knicks team. So I don't really know what else there really is to say because this Knicks roster is just better than the Philadelphia 76ers. They have more depth, but the starters are going to have to put up 110 points, 110, 120 points, essentially is what I'm trying to say. Even without OG Anunoby, this New York Knicks team was still able to find ways to get Mikal Bridges touches, Jalen Brunson touches too, and other role players stepped up for them. Jordan Clarkson had himself a nice day. Landry Shamet was knocking down shots. They're a deep team, and they're a problem. So I don't really know schematically what else the Philadelphia 76ers can do. How long does Joel Embiid get rest today? When does Nick Nurse pull him? I really don't know. Obviously, there's a lot. We have to wait to see how things pan out, obviously. But do you sort of get desperate and try to go to Trendon Watford some of the time? And try to put him in for a couple of minutes? Or do you have Justin Edwards come out there and try to see if he gives you a little spark plug off the bench? I don't know. I don't really feel like that the 76ers have an answer, and they're just going to have to scramble. But regardless, I'm going to go my final score prediction for this game, chat. I'm going to say this. I got the New York Knicks winning 127 to 108 against the Philadelphia 76ers. I see a way for the 76ers to win this game, but that way is pretty much you got to be perfect. You have to you have to hope that the Knicks have a bad shooting night, and you're going to have to capitalize and make shots on your end. You're going to have to hit like 60%, at least 65. I would say you're going to have to hit at least 60% of your shots, and the three ball is going to have to fall. And I don't really think that it's likely to happen. Now, obviously, there's a chance. There really is. And they can force a Game 5, but the task is just really tough. So that's really where I stand. Sixers Adam says that there are not a lot of Sixers fans at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. And that's a little bit of a shame, to be honest with you. I really don't like the fact that New York Knicks fans are taking over that stadium. But at the same time, it's also an organizational move as well, because this 76ers team, we've talked about it for a really long time, they just do not have any sort of depth. They don't. Jared McCain, even if they kept Jared McCain, they would still have problems at the forward positions because they're just not a deep team. We thought that heading on into this year that they would be deep with Dominic Barlow as a power forward, and Kelly Oubre Jr. coming off the bench. We saw some really good production from Quentin Grimes early on in the season, and he's just been a no-show ever since, like, the first 4 weeks, really. So it's been frustrating. It's been definitely frustrating, to say the least. And the other thing, too, about it is that the Joel Embiid contract extension, which doesn't even kick on in until next year, and Paul George paying him all that money, is really starting to factor on into why this team is where they are. Plus, on top of that, you have an owner that's stuck in the luxury tax, and that's why this team is where they are. But focusing just on the game, getting back to the whole point, they're going to have to be perfect. They are going to have to play a perfect game of basketball. The Knicks are going to have to make mistakes, make some careless turnovers, which I don't really see happening. And the Sixers are going to have to get into their heads. So I got 127-108 as my final score prediction on this game. I got the MVP of this game being Mikal Bridges. I feel like that Bridges is gonna go off today for 30, and that's where I stand on that. So with that, let me know what your final score predictions are. Am I being too negative? Do you really think that the 76ers actually are going to take care of business and actually dominate against the New York Knicks? Call me out. Let me know if you have a different take, because I would love to hear the other side. I'm usually the type of guy that's optimistic and somebody that just, has something to look forward to when watching the 76ers, but they've shattered everything out of me. They really have. I thought that the first couple of games were going to go to the Knicks, and then Game 3 was just a stab in the heart. And you saw throughout the series that the New York Knicks were just putting up really good lineups out there, and you saw the adjustments that they were able to make, even in Game 2, when the 76ers had the lead throughout most of the game. The better team came out on top because the team that was winning made costly mistakes down the stretch. And so you can win 46 minutes of the game. What happens in the final 2 minutes? Now, obviously, it was 43 minutes, but still, the better team won in the last 5 minutes. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. And so that's where I stand. It's a little bit annoying that I'm here. It's a little frustrating that I'm here, but it's also just being realistic, too. It just is. So, that doesn't mean that I take anything away from what they did against Boston. I'm proud. I'm proud of what they did against the Boston Celtics. You have no idea how happy I am that Joel Embiid was able to come back from an appendix injury and just be able to ball out the way that he did. I'm not really mad at the players overall. Did I think that Tyrese Maxey in his last game was more timid? Yes. And that is a problem, and that is a problem that I have with him. Same thing with Paul George. But overall, when you look at this roster, you have to just say to yourself, like, they just don't have enough. They don't have enough. And Knicks fans were even trying to tell us that, the rational ones. And they were right. And we knew that we had a depth problem. The reason why that the 76ers got past Boston was because Boston didn't have a center to match up against Joel Embiid. And the starters for Boston are not as talented as the New York Knicks. And that's being fair, and that's being truthful. It just is. So, but yes, if they are going to take care of business in this game and force a Game 5, they're going to have to shoot very well from the field. They're going to have to make very tough contested shots. And the Knicks are just going to have a poor shooting night, and the 76ers are going to have to play really solid defense against everybody, which could happen, but we'll see. We'll see. That's the beauty about sports, is that we'll just have to wait and see. We'll have to just wait and see how things do go. All right, David's here. What's up, David? How you doing, my friend? Good to see you on here. Yes, sir. All right, checking 1, 2, 3. Let me know if you guys can hear me down below. There we go. Happy Mom's Day to everybody. Yes, sir. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Mom, I love you very, very much. I hope that you're having an awesome Mother's Day. Got to spend a nice little brunch with you and, of course, the rest of the family. And we went thrifting afterwards, but I hope that you have a great rest of your Mother's Day. I love you very much. I do. 76ers, 4 straight wins are coming, says James. I hope so. I do. I'm usually not like this. I'm obviously going to root for the team. I want them to do well. But gosh, part of me as a fan also just says, just get it over with. It's like a shot. Like, just get this over with. But I also, to be fair, I said when they were down 3-1 against Boston, I said the same thing to myself. I didn't say it out loud. I was like, just get it over with. Gosh, this team is confusing. Defense, rebounds, and don't miss the twos. I don't even have to say anything else. Eric summed it up perfectly. He summed it up perfectly. You gotta get rebounds. If you're getting out rebounded in this game, you're done. Plain and simple. Josh Hart's getting rebounds against you. Say goodbye. The season's done. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms. Yep. So, Sixers need to play Embiid, Barlow, and sit Paul George after 2 quarters. Maxey needs to score more, says Fuqua. I agree that Maxey needs to score. That Maxey needs to shoot more. Maxey needs to shoot more and be more aggressive going downhill. But the other issue is that they just don't have a backup point guard. They don't. When Quentin Grimes is getting you 5 points off the bench, and that's your most points that you're getting, and everybody else is a 0, and you are forced to go to a 7-8-man lineup, what else can you do? You got to play Maxey. So, anyhow. All right. Well, another 48 minutes of play coming on up. And so here are the lineups today for the New York Knicks and the Philadelphia 76ers. So for the Knicks, they got Jalen Brunson at the point guard. Miles McBride is at the 2. Mikal Bridges at the 3. Josh Hart at the 4. And Karl Anthony Towns at the 5. For the Philadelphia 76ers, they got Tyrese Maxey at the point guard position. VJ Edgecombe at the 2. Kelly Oubre Jr. at the 3. Paul George at the 4. And Joel Embiid at the 5 position as well. So we are ready to get underway. OG Anunoby is not playing. It's his second game that he's missed in a row with a hamstring injury. And we'll see how the 76ers do today. Karl Anthony Towns in this series, by the way, averaging 15 points per game, shooting 59% from the field as well. There's Tyrese Maxey, who's putting up 18.7 points per game, but he's only shooting 17% from three and 46% from the field. So, all right, here we go. Sixers are in their white and blue jerseys. Towns gives Embiid a little hug, says good luck to him. And we are ready to get things started. Maxey is rocking those dreads, of course. No team has ever won a series after trailing 3-0. They're 0-161. Can the Sixers be a first? Embiid is going to tip it over to Tyrese Maxey, and the 76ers have the rock. Okay, so we are underway right now. Oubre gives it over to Embiid, who's down low over on the block. Embiid trying to back down a couple of defenders. They'll give it over to Edgecombe. One more over to Maxey, and Maxey's layup is good. So the 76ers, forgot to mention, are going from right to left, and the New York Knicks are going from left to right. Brunson gets it over at the 76ers logo as the New York Knicks are in their blue and orange uniforms. They got the orange numbers and the white text over on the back. Bridges for two. Got it up and got it on in. Got a layup downhill on the right side of the baseline over Kelly Oubre Jr. So it's a 2-2 game. Maxey throws it out of a double team, gives it over to Edgecombe for a wide open three, and that shot will not fall. Good play call there. Just terrible execution from VJ Edgecombe. The Knicks do have the rebound. Here's Towns trying to buzz his way downhill. Kicks it out over to Bridges. Bridges again over on the second hash mark. Has Maxey on him. And he'll give it back over to Josh Hart. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Hart hands it off over to Jalen Brunson. Brunson back to Josh Hart, who pump fakes, tries to take a shot. And we have a foul called on Paul George. He actually got him on a little pump fake there inside the three-point line. And that was a foul, for sure. And we have ourselves a whistle. It's a foul on the floor, by the way. There we go. All right, so can you guys see the scoreboard right now? Let me know down below. So it's a fresh 14 for the New York Knicks. Brunson gets the inbound pass from Towns, and a three-point shot's up, and it's good. Brunson actually inbounded it over to Karl Anthony Towns, and then Brunson stopped over on that far wing and was just able to knock down the tray. George, a catch-and-shoot three, a little bit short. Good defense by the Knicks. Brunson got the rebound, tries to get past Joel Embiid, swings it outside to Josh Hart, and now it's Towns again at the top of the key, trying to bully Paul George downhill, and a handoff that goes over to Bridges. Bridges being guarded by Joel, and another whistle called. This time it's on Embiid. 5-2 start for the New York Knicks. They've been getting the rebounds. They've been hustling so far, and they played their brand of basketball. So far in this game, Bridges has 2, Brunson has 3, and Maxey has 2. The inbound pass goes over to Karl Anthony Towns. The Sixers have committed 2 fouls so far. Towns looking to try to pass it. Gets deflected by Embiid. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. He'll hand it off over to Bridges. Bridges with a tough step back 2 at the foul line. Can't get it. And the rebound belongs to Philadelphia. Here's Maxey down the lane again. Floater inside. Up and good. For Tyrese Maxey to just be able to get those points up and running. There we go. 5-4, New York up by 1. As the Knicks go from left to right again, Hart open for a 3, knocks it down. Look at Josh Hart making shots. And Knicks fans standing up, making it an 8-4 ball game out at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. Oubre with a catch-and-shoot 3. That's not even close. Edgecombe gets the offensive rebound, then gets it denied by Karl Anthony Towns. Brunson gets it. Brunson steps back, tries to hit a 3. He airballed it, and Maxey comes away with the board. Maxey a transition 3. Not that time. Edgecombe tips it, and the ball goes on out of bounds. Last touched by Josh Hart. Look at Karl Anthony Towns just playing really good defense on VJ Edgecombe after Edgecombe was able to jump out of the gym to grab the rebound. Towns was just right there and blocked him. But Edgecombe can't be afraid to shoot those shots. George gets the inbound pass, and he gives it back to Maxey for another three, and Tyrese can't knock that one down either. Maxey does deflect the pass that goes over to Bridges downhill, and a whistle called on Philadelphia. That's their third foul of this ball game. Maxey being very aggressive, taking it to the basket. 4 points already, says John Clark. He's also not afraid to shoot the basketball, which I think is a good thing. To be honest with you, at this point, you want them to just take shots. They got to knock down shots. Brunson trying to go up with a 2 inside, being guarded by George. No foul was called there. A little bit of some contact, but Brunson can't make the shot. Here's Maxey who gives it over to Embiid. Embiid to Edgecombe for a 3. In and out it goes. The shots are not falling. Hart gets it over on the left side of the wing. McBride for a 3. That's up, and that's good. That makes it 11-4. No timeout taken by the 76ers. Sixers are 0 for 6 from 3. The Knicks are 3 for 4. Embiid with a step-back foul line, Jay, and that one is good. So the Sixers have missed all 6 of their three-point shots. The Knicks have been hitting a lot of their threes. And here's Karl Anthony Towns looking to hand it off over to McBride again. Another 3, and that's up, and that's good. Deuce McBride is going off. He hit one from the near corner, then just hit one from the far corner. It's a 14-6 lead for New York. Here's Embiid again, trying to hand it off, and Towns and Hart double-teamed him, and he turned it over. Brunson back to McBride, another 3. It's up, it's in, 17-6. With 7:29 to go. And Nick Nurse complaining over to the referee. 5 minutes and 9 points for Miles McBride. He is going off like he's Steph Curry out there. And we have a timeout taken by Philadelphia. They're just leaving him open. They're leaving him open, and the Knicks are just making really good passes, and the 76ers are just not focused so far. Oh, boy. Yep. 17-6, New York. Everything's going on in for the Knicks, and the 76ers just have nothing to fall. 9 points for Deuce McBride. That's what he does. He's just a good bench piece for them, and he steps up, and it's like they don't even miss OG and OP. Oh, man. Caleb says, I don't want to watch any more basketball today. Well, this is what, one of 2 games today? By the way, Brandon Marshall's got another hit. He's now 4 for 4. Insane what he's on right now. I don't want to watch any more basketball today. I hear you, man. Yep, I hear you. Shout out to Caleb. What's going on, my guy? Guys, I'm actually thinking about, so I know that, I was thinking about something, and now I forget what it was. I lost my train of thought. I did. Sounds about right to me. What's up, Shua? How you doing? David says, I think the 76ers should take game 4 at least. Oh, man. So, it's been that type of a day so far. Why do Knicks fans always flood our arena whenever we play them? Well, David, to be fair, I mean, today, I understand that it's a playoff game. You're right. It's a playoff game. How come they're flooding our arena anyways? I hear you. It's a playoff game. It also goes to show that fans, I guess, don't necessarily believe in this team either. Not trying to make excuses, but I know that even in Game 3, going back to that game, was kind of shocked that they didn't take over the building again, the 76ers, but Knicks fans have just been able to do so. So, oh, man. It's me last game, sad, please. Just like last Mother's Day game in 2023, a blowout, says Marshawn. so far, not so good. There's still plenty of basketball left to go. We can obviously see them possibly turning this around. There's still a chance, but that's why we live to see these games. So, but I love you guys very, very much, and I appreciate you all so much for tuning on in. Let me know where you guys are tapping on in from down below. The reason why is the Pacers should have won the lottery, says Caleb. Yeah, I forgot about that. The Wizards got the first pick I saw, and the Jazz got the second pick. Is that correct? We got King of Pressure in the chat. What's going on? Dartmouth says, hear me well. The 76ers are going to win the series, says Dart. I love the optimism, man. I really do. Give me more optimism in the chat. I mean it. 17-6, New York is up by 11. Here's Embiid who gets the inbound pass, so he'll give it back over to Kelly Oubre Jr. as Oubre tries to go up with the runner inside, does not get the friendly roll there, and the Knicks are just going to provide an outlet pass over to McBride. McBride was being guarded by VJ Edgecombe. It's Brunson now being guarded by VJ, and McBride left wide open for another three, and he has made all 4 of his threes so far. Nobody was covering Deuce, and it's like, you pick your poison. Do you want Brunson to take the shot, or do you want McBride to take the shots? So, tough situation right there as Edgecombe was in scramble. On the other side, we have a 2 that's up and a goaltending called on Karl Anthony Towns, and they'll give the 2 points to Kelly Oubre Jr. Brunson gets the inbound pass, steps back, tries to hit a 2 over VJ, and that's up, and that's good. 22-8 start so far. The New York Knicks in this ball game have made 86% of their threes, and they're shooting 73% from the field. Here's a 3 by Philadelphia. That's up, and that's good. And so the 76ers finally able to get a 3. It's from Joel Embiid. Towns with a tray on the other side, and that one goes on in. Embiid was playing good defense on him, and the Knicks make their 7th of the game. They are just shooting it out of the gym and making everything that's automatic for them. Here's Oubre with a runner inside. That's up, and he hits it off the glass, and it's good. 25-13 New York with 5:43 to go in quarter number 1. Oubre with 4 points. He's 2 for 4 from the field so far. McBride being guarded by Joel Embiid, and now it's Towns trying to take on Tyrese Maxey. Floater up and good. They're getting all the mismatches out there. 27-13. New York is up by 14 now. Maxey with a handoff again over to Joel. Joel gives it back over to George. One more over to Edgecombe with a floater inside. A quick release and not able to get it to go. Towns got the rebound. Brunson backs up over towards the three-point line. And a handoff again over to Karl Anthony Towns. Bridges gets the ball downhill, pokes it back over to Josh Hart. And Hart swings it back to Deuce McBride, being guarded by Paul George. McBride, wanting to step back, has to pick up the ball. 3 seconds left on the shot clock. A handoff over to Josh Hart. And we have a shot clock violation called. And the Sixers able to lock all doors and play really good defense on that possession. The Knicks are just getting mismatches. They're putting Jalen Brunson over on the wing and then just finding Karl Anthony Towns being guarded by Tyrese Maxey. Sixers just not using their length, and the Knicks are able to capitalize and get the mismatches that they want. Mitchell Robinson's going to enter on in, and the Knicks decide to go with 2 bigs now. Oubre with a pass that goes over to Embiid. A handoff to VJ Edgecombe. Edgecombe back to Embiid for a 3, and he got it. Joel Embiid hits a 3 in the face of Karl Anthony Towns. And it's an 11-point ball game, 4:15 to go. Robinson in the dunker spot, tries to float it up inside. No, and Towns gets it rejected by Edgecombe. I'll tell you, VJ's played really good defense so far in this game. That's a positive. Brunson with a 3 in the face of George, and he knocks it down. 30-16. Again, the New York Knicks in this game have not missed a 3. They have not missed a three at all. They are 8 for 9 from downtown. Maxey goes up inside, hits a layup. That's a 30-18 game. Karl Anthony Towns took one right over to the deck. And he gets on up and gets the ball back at the 76ers logo. Knicks going from left to right. Sixers going from right to left. Towns with a drop-off pass to Robinson. It was a 2-on-1 matchup as he got by Maxey and just handed it off to Robinson in the dunker spot. 32-18. Philadelphia down by 14 points. B.J. Edgecombe looking to hand it off to Paul George. A screen for Joel. George back to Embiid. One more pass to Maxey for three, and that's a little bit short again. Maxey has not found his stroke, and they left him open, and he just couldn't knock it down. He's 0 for 3 from beyond the arc. Towns being guarded by George. And a handoff again to Jalen Brunson. He'll work around a Robinson screen, and the three is up, and it's good. I've never seen a team make 9 out of 10 of their threes to start off a ball game. And that's what the New York Knicks have done. They cannot miss. And the Sixers have to take their second time out. 35-18 New York. This is a deadly team that's just connecting on all cylinders. Like, you can guard them, and yet they're still going to knock down shots. They are just connecting left and right, and they're looking like a team that could really have a chance to win it all with the way that they are grooving right now. They are on fire. Sixers just getting run off the floor. Absolutely. The Knicks are trying to throw a knockout punch right now, says Kai Carlin. Jalen Brunson drills his third triple, and New York is now 9 for 10 from deep. You can't stop them. You can't stop them, man. Wrestle Lesson is here. What's going on, man? Yo, man, I really hope 76ers can make a miracle win, man. Absolutely. Absolutely, but you know, the Knicks are making everything. The 76ers are throwing everything that they can at this Knicks team, and they're just making everything. Anyhow. Sit this one out, Joel, says Marshawn. Knicks are 9 for 10 from 3. Do you know how bad of a look that would be if they sat Joel Embiid down for Game 4? Do you know how bad of a look that would be? They would never do that. Hats off to the Knicks. They're making everything. They're making every single shot. And they're doing everything right. McBride is 4 for 4 from 3. Brunson has made all of his threes. Bridges only has 2 points. Towns made a 3 as well. The world is going to know Dominic Barlow's name, says Dartmouth. Steven says, that's hilarious. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. Appreciate you all very, very much for tuning on in, man. I do. Georgia's not even scored a point. Maxey's 3 for 7 from the field. He's 0 for 3 from downtown. Oubre has 4 points. Embiid is 8. Crazy. They are just clicking. I mean, just clicking. Insane. Edgecombe, by the way, is 0 for 2 from 3. Maxey and Edgecombe are 0 for 5 from 3. And Brunson and McBride are 7 for 8. They're actually 8 for 10. Sixers out of this timeout have Maxey, Grimes, Oubre, Edwards, and Drummond out there. So they're going to go on over to the bench right now. Oh, my bad. Thanks for letting me know. I appreciate you. Oh, man. The reward for Sixers fans who showed up today, says Kyle Neubeck, has been a disgraceful defensive effort and game ops trying to make them go deaf. What does it say? Go deaf from the speaker volume to try to mask that the arena is at least 70% Knicks fans. It's funny. Here's Oubre getting down the lane on the inbound pass, and he's able to lay it up and lay it on in. And the Sixers are down by 15 points, 35-20. The New York Knicks up in Philadelphia. Brunson, one in the crossover, step back over towards the top of the key. Now has Oubre come on him. Robinson sets up a screen. He doesn't use it. Shamet will give it back over to the far corner to Clarkson for a tray, and that's no good. But there's a foul called. That's on Justin Edwards, and Clarkson's going to head to the line for 3 free throws. So the Sixers decide to go to their bench, and Edwards gets called for a shooting foul, and Clarkson's going to go to the line. Foul shot number 1. It's up and it's good. If there is a Game 5, that game would be on Tuesday at Madison Square Garden in New York. Free throw number 2, that's up and that's good to make it 37-20. Jalen Brunson, who has 11 points in this game, by the way, has put up a total of 31.3 points per game in this series, an average of 31.3 points per game in 37 minutes of play. Drummond gets the rebound as the next free throw is no good. So he ended up going 2 for 3 from the line. We missed the second one. I apologize. 37-20 is the score. Maxey won in the crossover. Now tried to lay it up and in inside. Bad angle there from him. Drummond tips it out, but it was actually last touched by Josh Hart. And the Sixers will have 14 seconds left on the shot clock. 37-20. Philadelphia down by 17 points. Maxey, floater again, puts it up, and it's no good. All right, we can't be name calling, man. I don't like the name calling. I don't like doing that. I want us to keep it clean. I can't have us do that. 37-21 as the first free throw is up and good. VJ's playing like a rookie. That's better. That's better. (37-21). Maxey at the line for one more. In and out it goes. Drummond on the tip back, puts it up and puts it back on in. All right, so it's a 37-23 game with 95 seconds left to go in this first quarter. Brunson, Hart, Robinson, Clarkson, and Shamet are out there for the New York Knicks. And the Sixers have Maxey, Edwards, Drummond, Grimes, and Oubre. Here's a 3 by Shamet, and he'll knock that one down. 40-23. The Knicks lead it by 17. They are 10 for 11 from 3. 10 for 11. Maxey back over to Edwards for a 3. He airballed it, and Drummond couldn't even finish the layup. He was right there in flight mode, and he just could not tip it back up and in. Shamet, another three-point shot, wide open, and the Knicks are feeling it. Everything is going in for New York. I don't know how many times I have to say it. 43-23. Maxey gets fouled over on the other side. You can put 2 defenders on any of these Knicks players, and the shots are just going to go on in. It's like they're playing on rookie mode in 2K, and everything is just falling. Snipers left and right. And they're making these open threes. Boom, boom, boom. The ball's just going around. And here is Maxey again with the first free throw. It's up and it's good. PS5 beeps are going off in living rooms from Germantown to Bustleton right now, says Kyle Newbeck. Crazy. (43-24). Brunson gives it over to Josh Hart over on the far corner. Hart trying to back down Tyrese Maxey. Hart goes up inside with a very tough two. No good, and Drummond was able to get the rebound. Looked like Grimes got poked in the eye there. 43-24 with 23 seconds left to go in this first quarter of play. And about 10 seconds, or 6 seconds, I should say, differentiated in the shot clock from the game clock. Maxey being guarded by Josh Hart again. Maxey goes down the lane, lost the ball, and it goes on out of bounds, and it'll be New York Knicks basketball with 5.3 seconds left to go, 6.3 seconds left to go in this first quarter. Sixers have already used 2 timeouts. The Knicks have not even used any. They have not needed to use any. 43-24 New York. Karl Anthony Towns is back on into the ball game, and Shamet is going to inbound it over to Jalen Brunson. Brunson back over to Shamet again. Shamet a three. It's up. No good. Edwards got the rebound, puts up a three-quarters court shot, and it hit the back iron, and that's going to do it. So we're going to go into the second quarter. The Sixers getting absolutely outclassed by 19 points against the New York Knicks. We'll be back in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. All right, so we're going to go on into the second quarter. It's a 43-24 game. 76ers are down by 19. Just keep it clean in the chat, man. I know that this is frustrating. I know that this is annoying, but I can't have people being like super negative, like, you know, like all the time on like every single possession. I also can't have people that are spoiling the game as well either. So if you see something before I do, that can't happen. You know, my rules are plain and simple, but that's it. It's close. I listened, JJ. Yeah. Look, 10 for 12. You got it right. You got it right, man. They're not playing good. They're not playing good at all. They're actually 11 for 13. 11 for 13 from three. They're shooting the three ball at an 85% clip, and the Sixers are shooting just at 20%. That's how the game has gone. That's how the game has gone so far. So, 9 fast break points for the New York Knicks, 2. Sixers have only turned the ball over twice, but they're getting out-rebounded. They're getting outshot. And that's been the game. That's how things have gone so far. They're just clicking. They're clicking on all cylinders, chat. There we go. Let's make sure that we confirm. Sixers trail 43-24 after the first quarter. So here we go. The Knicks are going to inbound it, and they'll give it over to Towns. One more inside over to Jordan Clarkson, and the layup is up, and the layup is good by Jordan Clarkson, as he's able to hit the open layup downhill. 45-24, George with a step back two. He puts it up and puts it on in. Notice how the 76ers are taking tougher contested shots. And the New York Knicks are just getting into their sets, and they're seeing wide open space. Hart for three. That's off the mark. And the 76ers are able to get a rebound. It's Embiid back over to Justin Edwards again. Edwards with a mid-range J, but he's fouled. 11 minutes and 11 seconds to go in this first half. Madison Square Garden is literally more east, says Sixers Nation. Paul George got his first bucket since the first quarter of Game 3. Crazy. It's been that long since Paul George has scored. It took him 4 quarters to score another 2 points. That's where we are, chat. That's exactly where it is. 45-27. And so the Knicks lead it by 18 points. Edwards at the line. Foul shot is up, and the foul shot is good to make it 45-28. It's a 17-point lead for the New York Knicks. Here's Alvarado looking to dump it off over to Landry Shamet. Shamet back over to Towns, and Towns throws it away. It was a little bit high for Hart to make the catch there, and it went right on off of his fingertips. Here's the Sixers. George with a three. In and out it goes, and Hart is able to get the rebound. Clarkson did an excellent job boxing out there. Shamet open three. It's up, and it's good. This guy cannot miss either. He's making his shots too. Landry Shamet and the New York Knicks have been unbelievable. George gets the ball, and then he lost it. He fumbled it, and he lost it in the backcourt. Has to pick it up, and it's a backcourt violation. Talk about Landry Shamet and Josh Hart. Landry Shamet, Jalen Brunson, and Deuce McBride. They are just shooting the lights out from beyond the arc. They're 12 for 15 from three. 10:20 to go in the second quarter. Shamet with a tough two again. That's off the mark. Offensive rebound for the Knicks. Hart gets it back, puts up a tough two, and he'll go to the line for one more as he's fouled by Embiid. They're just pantsing the 76ers. Absolutely tormenting them. And just taking them right to school. They're taking them right to the chop house right now. They're getting the mismatches. Good fundamental basketball. The ball went back over to Towns, and then he just flicked it right over to Josh Hart. Knew exactly where he was. And the Sixers in scramble mode again. Just not able to make a stop. Hart with the foul shot, up and good to make it 51-28. They're getting humiliated out there. Absolutely humiliated. Paul George gets the pass from VJ Edgecombe. George gets it over towards the left side of the baseline, puts up a very tough two inside, and somehow got the easy roll. Heavily guarded again by the Knicks, 51-30. Here's Alvarado dribbling over towards the right side of the wing of the three-point line. Alvarado finds Karl Anthony Towns. Hart with a layup again, and he gets the roll to go. Sixers left him wide open, 53-30. Embiid inbounded that pass, and he looked absolutely frustrated out there. Edgecombe trying to attack, and he gets past Josh Hart and takes it right over to the cup. That's it. That's what I want to see. More aggressiveness from guys like VJ Edgecombe. Towns looking to pass it outside to Shamet. Another three. He thought it was going to go. Hart grabs the offensive rebound. McBride back over to Shamet. And a floater by Clarkson, no good. And the Sixers come away with a board. It's Embiid back over to Grimes. Grimes with a layup. He missed the open bunny. It was no good. And Hart, another rebound. He capitalizes. Alvarado gets the ball, and he gets tripped up by Quentin Grimes. The Sixers are just making a mockery out of themselves, and the New York Knicks have just been outclassing Philadelphia. Every single play. I mean, they're making the Sixers look like that they're a G League team. Really. It's just that bad. But that's also a testament to how phenomenal these Knicks are playing. Towns with a turnaround three. That's up and that's good. Karl Anthony Towns makes it 56-32. This might be the most threes that the Knicks have ever made in a playoff first half. Really. It's just that great. Alvarado three. No. Offensive rebound by Bridges. Another three by the Deuce McBride. It's up and it's good. 59-32 New York. And a timeout taken again with 8:26 to go in the second quarter. Oh my goodness. Towns puts up a three just from the near corner, and on the next Knicks possession, as they get a steal against Philadelphia, McBride just made another wide open shot. And this Knicks team is just on fire right now. 59-32, Philadelphia. Or sorry, it's New York. Philadelphia down by 27. No effort, nothing. Man. Crazy, man. Just now checking in. Good grief. Have you ever seen a team? Have you ever seen a Knicks team just go out there and just make 14 of 19 of their threes? Like, again, just to put this in perspective, Miles McBride has made all 5 of his threes. Landry Shamet has made, 4 of his threes? He's, 3 for 5 from downtown? And Brunson's 3 for 4. Cat's 2 for 2. It's unbelievable. It's absolutely unbelievable. If you're playing 2K right now, Shamet, Towns, Brunson, and McBride each have the fire emotes right next to their last names. Crazy. Sixers are getting outscored in this second quarter 16-8. 16-8. What's the highest three-point percentage in a first half of a playoff game? On 20-plus threes taken. Based on NBA playoff records, the highest three-point percentage of it for a team in a single half while attempting 20 or more threes is held by the Cleveland Cavaliers, who shot 18 of 27 in the Eastern Conference semifinals in Game 2 against the Atlanta Hawks. That's what Gemini says. They're over that, though. It's crazy. They actually have not even shot 19. They haven't shot 23s yet, but they need one more to get there. They're at 74%. This Knicks team is scary good. They are scary. Look at them out in transition. Just look at them. Get into their spots, making quick open threes. The ball movement that they are providing, it's just like, who's open? Boom, boom, boom. And the ball just finds the open shooter, and everything is going in. Maxey over to Embiid, a baseline J, and that's up and that's good. Sixers are 2 for 11 from 3. The Knicks are 14 for 19. It's Alvarado again being guarded by VJ Edgecombe. Towns with a pick. A lot of pick and pops I've noticed in this game too. Bridges over to Towns. Towns on the baseline. Towns looking to dump it off over to Bridges, and Bridges with a tough fadeaway jump shot. No, Maxey was there to get the rebound, and 7 minutes and 43 seconds left in this second quarter of play. It's George back over to Embiid. Embiid looking to give it back over to Tyrese Maxey. And Maxey works around the screen, takes it over towards the baseline, dumps it back off over to Joel. And Embiid lays it up and lays it on in. And the Sixers are down by 23 points with 7:20 to go in the second quarter. Dame was 8 for 11 and 21, holds the record by 72.7%. It's crazy. 59-36. JJ, the Sixers are just that bad. They won't do this against Detroit because the Pistons are a real NBA team, says Eagle fan. Well, I mean, the 76ers roster is just not like this, but I got to say, like, that this Knicks team is good. Like, they're really good. And even, yeah, like, I believe that Detroit's a better team, obviously. Detroit has depth, but they're not going to be easy. They're not going to be easy. Crazy, man. Here's Brunson again on a layup inside. That one won't go. Offensive rebound for Mitchell Robinson. Brunson left open on the corner for a three. No, and another offensive rebound. Brunson got right there. Dominic Barlow couldn't close out, and here's a three-point shot for the Knicks, and that's up, and that's no good. Barlow tries to hustle for the ball. The ball goes on out of bounds, and it'll be New York basketball. That's 4 offensive possessions for the New York Knicks. They're out-rebounding the Sixers 19-12. Unbelievable. Robinson gets the pass, and Brunson gives it back over to Mitch, and the floater's no good, and that's the 5th offensive rebound for the Knicks. Hart tries to put it up and in. That's no good, and finally, Embiid gets the rebound. Embiid over to Maxey out in transition. Maxey floats it up, and Maxey's able to float it on in. 59-38. They had 6 offensive rebounds on that possession, the Knicks, and they came up empty there. Bridges with a layup inside. That's up, and that's good. And he's able to get into the lane and lay it up and lay it on in over on the right side. Bridges with just 4 points. He's 2 for 5 from the field. Edgecombe left open for a 3, and he can't get it to go. Barlow tips it on out of bounds, and it'll be New York basketball. Looked like Josh Hart got hit in the face. He has to take a couple of blinks for a second. 61-38 New York with 5:59 to go in this second quarter of play. McBride over at the logo. Takes it to the top of the key. Now dumps it off over to Mikal Bridges. Bridges being guarded by Maxey. There's another mismatch there. Hart for 3. It's up. No good. And Edgecombe's able to come away with the rebound there. So now the Knicks are 14 for 23 from beyond the arc. Maxey with a layup again, and Hart's there to grab the rebound once more. Hart swings it back outside. Bridges, or McBride that is, for a 3. No, Bridges gets the rebound again. The ball goes back over to Bridges, and he stands tall, and he's able to get himself a 2. The Sixers have allowed 9 offensive rebounds from the New York Knicks in this game. Embiid dives for the loose ball, and Bridges fouls him right over on the hardwood. Embiid is down. He's holding on to his lower back. This guy has just been taking so many injuries, man. He's been giving it everything that he has. 5:06 to go. He gets helped up by his two teammates, Tyrese Maxey and also VJ Edgecombe as well. Scrappy basketball for the New York Knicks, and the 76ers just getting absolutely owned in their own arena. Joel Embiid was laying down on the court, holding his lower back. 16 minutes for Embiid, 12 points. He's 5 for 5 from the field. This will be a jump ball between Joel and Mikal Bridges. Embiid is stretching. And here's the jump ball, and Embiid tips it over to VJ Edgecombe. Edgecombe thinks about driving it inside, knifes his way into the lane, gets himself the layup, 63-40. That's the other thing, too, that I've noticed is that the Knicks are so good as Jalen Brunson goes up inside with a shot. That's up and no good. Towns fights for the rebound, and we have another whistle called. But going back to my point is that even when you ask Tyrese Maxey or VJ Edgecombe to attack and get you a layup inside, the Knicks are making very quick inbound passes. They just are. And they're just moving up and down the court on both ends. So that's the other thing, too, is that you're asking the 76ers to make these tough finishes inside, and guys are falling down, they're losing their footing, and then they're just late on defense because of that. So that's the other thing. That's how they're getting the Sixers in scramble mode, too. The ball goes into the hands of Karl Anthony Towns, and it was a jump ball. Here's Brunson with a step-back three. That's up and no good. Edgecombe is able to catch the miss over on the ground. Edgecombe looking to attack again. Floater inside, too strong. Embiid gets the rebound, tries to tip it up and tip it on in, and he also got fouled, too, grabbing onto that lower back again. 63-42 with 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this second quarter of play. Embiid was positioned right in front of Karl Anthony Towns, and he got pushed from behind by Cats. That was good. This is so sad, this bench. We got an epic post-game show to talk about because we're going to go off, man. Vince Carter had 8 threes made in a half in 2001 as well. That's unbelievable, man. The free throw is good, and the New York Knicks are going to take their first time out with 4:20 to go. We have quite a post-game show after the game is done because we got to wait and see how the rest of this game floats on out. But gosh, there's a lot to be said already about this game. Crazy. The Knicks were 14 for their first 19 from 3. Ever since then, they've been 0 for their last 5. Embiid is 6 for 6 from the field. It's like, the other thing, too, about it is that they could now care less if Joel Embiid scores. They're letting Joel Embiid score right now. They just are. Embiid is not missing. They're letting him get inside over to the cup. And again, the Sixers are just really late on defense because the Knicks are playing at a very fast pace, and the Sixers aren't slowing them down because the Knicks have the bodies to just be able to compete with this starting lineup that the 76ers have out there. Their bench cannot do anything. And as I mentioned before, the 76ers are looking like a G League team compared to this New York Knicks team. And a big part of that is because the New York Knicks are playing so physical. They're just getting right on into these 76ers faces. And the blame has to be on the way that this roster was constructed. This is a Daryl Morey problem. This is an ownership problem. The players, yes, we can criticize them, and we could ask them to give us more effort, but the real blame goes on the organization and just the lack of talent that this team has. Why do you think Nick Nurse is going to a 7 or an 8-man rotation? Because they don't have the depth. And that's where the frustration should lie. But also just give the Knicks credit, because they're playing a great brand of basketball, and they're playing their best basketball that they've played, guys, in years. Years. It's unbelievable. We got a $10 super chat. Miss 10K, rock on, brother. I appreciate you, man. Crazy. I really appreciate you, B-Blazin'. You are the man. It's crazy. Yeah. So that's where the frustration should lie. The frustration should lie on ownership and this general manager, the president of basketball operations. That's where the frustration should lie. They got to build around Maxey. They got to build around Edgecombe. And they just never capitalized on the Joel Embiid era. And they're in a very tough spot, chat, because they're tied to these really long contracts. There are these really high contracts for Paul George and Joel Embiid. Effort from the players means nothing if there's no effort from the owners to get the right said players in place. That's right. Jalen Brunson has 11 points. He's 3 for 6 from 3. He also has 4 rebounds as well, and he'll get the ball back. But look at these Knicks. They are just grooving. Corey, thank you so much for the sub. Here is Towns again going downhill, goes up with a shot, and we have an offensive foul. Is it an offensive foul or is it a blocking foul? No, but it is an offensive foul. Called on Karl Anthony Towns. Paul George took an elbow right over to the face. Ouch. It's got to hurt. What's up, Michael? How you doing, man? 63-43 with 3:53 left to go in the second quarter. Edgecombe hands it off to Kelly Oubre Jr., who's at the nail. Now tries to bat down his defender, goes up with a 2, and he's fouled by Jalen Brunson. 3:44 left to go in the second quarter. Sixers are down by 20. Feels like that they should be down by 40 with the way that they're playing. You have to trust the process, is all, says Dartmouth. Unbelievable. You guys had a great season, Spidey, says Long Ball. It's been a weird season. And again, like, we're going to talk about everything after the game is done. Here's the first foul shot from Oubre, and that's no good. BW, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. I really appreciate you. You are the man. Oubre is at the line, and he will shoot one more foul shot, and it's up. And did Drummond tip it on in, or is it basket interference? I believe that they're going to call it offensive basket interference. So they get no free throws to go. It's offensive basket interference. And Drummond, as he tipped it, yep, it hit the basket. Had to be careful there. 63-43 with 3:35 to go in quarter number 2. Josh Hart with a bounce pass to Karl Anthony Towns. Towns goes downhill. Brunson a corner 3. Splash. Jalen Brunson is just unconscious right now. He is making everything that just is going on in. Oubre back to Paul George. George downhill over to Drummond in the dunker spot. And Drummond with a lot of ferocity on that dunk. Able to slam it on in and put a exclamation point on that dunk. Here's Brunson back over to Hart for a 3. Josh Hart even able to knock it down himself. 69 points surrendered by Philadelphia. Oubre with a layup inside, and he is fouled. That's now how many threes knocked down for the New York Knicks? I'll tell you, that is now 16 threes. They are 16 for 26 from three-point range. JJ, the owner has multiple teams and is not committed to winning. The 76ers are destined for mediocrity. I'm telling you, we're going to unleash. We will unleash. Get your frustration out because you deserve it. Absolutely, you deserve it. 69-46, New York, with 2:53 left to go in the second quarter. Look at all these Knicks fans in attendance. There's so many out in Philadelphia. Oubre at the line for one more. Got it to go.
Excellent.
69-47, 8 points, 9 assists for Karl Anthony Towns in just a matter of 17 minutes. It's a 22-point lead with 2:48 left to go in this second quarter of play. Sixers only have 4 timeouts left. That's it. They have 4 timeouts left. The Knicks still have 6. Brunson will inbound it for the New York Knicks. Jalen Brunson has 14 points. Josh Hart has 11. McBride has 15. And Shamet has 10. Shamet actually has 9. And Towns has 8. The 76ers, it's Embiid with 15. Maxey with 10. Oubre has 8. And George has 4. Robinson's going to go to the line, and I think the 76ers are just going to try to intentionally foul him and see if that works. That's how desperate they are. And the first free throw is good. 70-47. All these Knicks fans are on their feet in Philadelphia. They have taken over this building. $70 points for the New York Knicks. Robinson at the line for one more. Bingo. 71-47. He's making his foul shots. He's doing an awesome job. All right, here is George. George being swarmed by a couple of Knicks defenders. And Embiid gives it back over to Edgecombe for a 3. He can't knock that one down. That's something that he's going to have to really work on during the offseason, is making the open threes. 2:25 left to go in the second quarter. It's Brunson again, trying to get past Kelly Oubre Jr. The layup is no good. Robinson on the follow-through. They'll wave it off. They will wave it off, and they will call a foul. It'll be on the 76ers. Let me double-check that. Knicks got the offensive rebound. The timing of that offensive board there, too, for Robinson was good. But there was a whistle called. Embiid got called for a loose ball foul, and Robinson's going to go to the line. And the first free throw from Mitchell Robinson is going to go in and out. $71-47 with 2:18 to go in the second quarter. Robinson at the line for one more. Too strong, grabs his own offensive rebound. It just went off the hands of Oubre, and the Knicks have life again. Looks like that he actually did that on purpose, too. Brunson for 3. No good. And George got the rebound there for Philadelphia. Played it on the bounce. 2 minutes left in this second quarter of play. George zips it over to Grimes for a 3-point shot, and he's finally able to hit one. 71-50 with 1:45 left to go in this second quarter. That's just the third three that the 76ers have knocked down in this game. They are 3 for 14. 3 for 14 from beyond the arc. Bridges trying to take Embiid downhill. 2-point shot up, and it's good. Hit him with the step back. 73-50. They're getting the switches. A lot of screens. And the 76ers just not defending the drop coverage well at all whatsoever. Embiid took a little bit of a tumble with Mitchell Robinson on him. And Joel is going to go to the line as he grabs onto his lower back again. Robinson gets issued another foul. And JoJo will head over to the foul line. Thanks, Haley. I appreciate you. $73-50 with 1:15 to go in the second quarter. I'm telling you, beware for an epic post-game show. I am going to have to record the post-game show, and I'll probably make it into a podcast. Because that's the thing that I've also learned, too, is that when the games are this bad, the post-game shows have to be cinema. They have to be really, really good. $73 points for the Knicks, and we're not even through the first half yet. That's been my problem with James Dolan. The players want to win, and it seems like he doesn't care, says long ball. And this doesn't take anything away from what the Knicks have done. Nothing. This has taken nothing away from what the Knicks have done, because they've been incredible. Embiid hears boos as the first free throw is up, and it's good. And that's not from 76ers fans. That's from all the Knicks fans that are here. 73-51 with 1:15 to go in quarter number 2. Embiid with the next foul shot, puts it up and gets it to go.
Excellent.
Joel has 17 points, but that's like the quietest 17 points I've ever seen in a first half from somebody that's been perfect from the field. McBride looking to hand it off over to Ariel Huckporty. And it's McBride again trying to pass it outside to Josh Hart for a 3. They won't count it. They're actually going to say that Maxey got called for a personal foul on the floor. 58.4 seconds left to go in this second quarter. Nick Nurse wants to challenge this. He signaled for a review here, but they told him not to. So McBride's at the line for 2. First one is up, and the first one is good. Post-game show is like group therapy. I don't even know if it's going to be like that. It's just going to be wild. Just you wait. Halftime show is going to be fun, too. Second free throw, 75-52. It's a 23-point lead. Maxey throws it away. That was a terrible pass. Almost tried to go for a steal, and now it's 5-on-4 basketball. McBride for an open 3. Cash. 78-52. Maxey tried to take a gamble and go for the steal after he made a terrible turnover, and McBride is 6 for 7 from beyond the arc. Just cannot miss out there. Embiid goes up with a shot, and he cries wolf to the referees, and he gets fouled. 36.1 seconds left in this second quarter. Huckporty gets called for the shooting foul. Bridges did an excellent job guarding the passing lane for Tyrese Maxey, and then they just, as Maxey tried to take the steal, it was 5-on-4 basketball. Guess it was left wide open. McBride Splash. Embiid at the charity stripe for 2 free throws here. The first one, he puts it up and knocks it on down to make it 78-53 with 36.1 seconds left to go. Are we getting a pie at the halftime? Even if you make a lot of money, you still want to have passion for what you're doing and feel supported. Absolutely. Good point, Eagle fan. Very good point. Foul shot number 2.
Excellent.
All right. So it's 78-54. It's McBride again with the rock, being guarded by Tyrese Maxey. Hands it off over to Huckporty. Huckporty dribbles with the left hand, and another handoff over to Bridges, and a 3-point shot for Josh Hart. It's up and it's good in the face of Paul George. Josh Hart is just destroying the 76ers again. This guy does not shoot the ball well from 3. And every time he faces the Sixers, he crushes them. He just does. Grimes with a 3. That's up, and that's good with 1.2 seconds left to go. Here's a 3-point or a 3/4 court shot for Josh Hart. It's airballed 81-57 at half. That's the most threes that the Knicks have made in any half in NBA playoff history. 18. 18 threes, the most that they've ever made in NBA playoff history. And the Sixers are down by 24. All right. One of the worst moments in Philly sports history, says Eagle fan. This is up there. So let's talk. All right, Jan, thanks so much for coming on in. Happy Mother's Day to you and all the mothers that are out there, for sure. Yes, okay, so first and foremost, okay, I can't say anything bad about this New York Knicks team because they are showing the league wide that they should be, that they shouldn't be reckoned with. They are playing out of their minds. They're clicking on every single cylinder. And this is without OG Anunoby, okay? When the Philadelphia Phillies were going off in 2022, that team just had magic to them. That team could not be stopped. The New York Knicks are going through something that's really similar right now, and I've never seen anything quite like it, if I'm being honest with you. Even when the 76ers were putting bodies on the Knicks, they were making ridiculous threes. They were. And then the 76ers were just getting gassed out there. They looked really tired. And not to make excuses for this team, they look tired. This Sixers team looks old. This 76ers team just looks so, not even just lifeless out there. It looks like that they're just, that they just can't do anything. You know, the New York Knicks have a lot of youth to them. They do. They have a lot of youth. And they play with a lot of energy. And they just mentally and physically wear you down. To the point where the 76ers just cannot keep up. Even if they played without Embiid, and this is what bothers me. Do they play a faster tempo? Yes. Are they better, though, without Joel Embiid? No. Because who else on this 76ers team gives you spacing and can knock down shots and can get you rebounds? Did you notice how the New York Knicks on one possession had 6 opportunities to try to make a 2 or a 3? That's the difference of how the 76ers are built compared to the New York Knicks. For years, we've been asking Daryl Morey to surround Joel Embiid with A, a good backup center, B, athletic players, and just good enough depth. This team doesn't have any of that. They don't have any depth out there. And I get to the point where I ask myself, what is Nick Nurse supposed to do? What's he supposed to do? They're getting punched in the mouth. They're getting kicked in the gut. They are getting tormented. It's bloody out there. They're taking everything to the chin. And the frustration, if you're going to be frustrated about this series, we can talk about Boston another day. But the frustration should lie on the roster construction of this team. The reason why you're seeing the product that you're seeing is because of the construction. Why do you think that the New York Knicks are taking over the stadium? It's because fans, after Game 3, even when the Knicks took over their stadium, who believes in this team? Who? Who? This isn't usually like me. I said coming on into this game, I was right, that the 76ers were going to have to be perfect shooting-wise. Do you know how hard that is? When I say if a team is going to win, the key is that they have to be perfect shooting-wise on the field. That basically means that they have to make everything. Every shot has to go in because they're not going to get rebounds because they don't have length. They're not going to get a lot of threes off because the Knicks defend so well on the perimeter. If you want to put OG out there, if you want to put Mikal Bridges out there, even if you want to put Miles McBride out there, they play really good perimeter defense. And Jalen Brunson, who is not a good defender, doesn't even have to step up and play defense on these guys. He doesn't. So, where my frustration lies, it's not that I expected the 76ers to beat this Knicks team. My frustration lies on just them not surrounding Joel Embiid with the right talent and them not getting it done during the Joel Embiid prime years. They're getting outclassed. They're getting kicked in the nuts. They're getting horsed around everywhere that you look. You can ask them to give you a better effort. Fair. But what should be at the forefront of your mind is Josh Harris and Daryl Morey. That's what needs to be at the front of your mind. An incredible series win against the Boston Celtics. I'm not taking anything away from that. That was on the players. They should have lost that series, chat. But to the players' credit, they did their job. And Boston also folded and made horrendous decisions. Joe Mazzulla didn't take guarding Joel Embiid seriously. They kept talking about it during their post-game press conferences that we don't care about Embiid. We don't care about Joel Embiid going off. And then when he asked about what changed the series, Joe Mazzulla said Joel Embiid was the difference of the series. That was the adjustment. But the Knicks were a stronger team. So I have to give the Knicks a lot of credit because they are clicking on all cylinders. But my frustration lies with ownership and just extending Embiid for way too much when they didn't even have to extend him, and B, the Paul George contract wasn't the signing of Paul George. It was the contract and not being able to get the right talent around those two guys. That's what bothers me. That's what makes me sad after game 2. That's why I felt that way. And I feel like that's where your frustration should lie as well. You want to talk about Tyrese Maxey? Tyrese Maxey today is 4 for 10. He's not knocking down his threes, and he was getting open looks. VJ Edgecombe was getting open looks too. I really want them to be able to come back stronger from this, and I think that they can. But this is a learning lesson for them. This is what they have to grow. This is how they have to work on their game during the offseason. Edgecombe came on into this season. Edgecombe was putting up ridiculous numbers that a rookie doesn't put up. He was doing some awesome things. I don't want to take away anything from that because VJ Edgecombe, in my opinion, and this might sound biased, but he should be up there for Rookie of the Year. With the defense that he was playing all season long and with the great playmaking that he was making as well and his shot selection. The mid-range jumper was falling. This guy looked like that he was a legitimate third option out there. And his rookie season, there's not a lot of people, not a lot of talent that does that. It takes them usually a couple of years to be able to develop, and VJ is still ahead of schedule. Really. But this is something that he has to do in order to grow his game. He has to learn how to shoot the three, how to shoot it off the dribble, how to step back as well. Doesn't have a step back game. And he has to be able to just continue to finish strong at the basket and not be afraid. Tyrese Maxey needs to work on passing out of double teams. He also needs to try to knock down shots too. I feel like that, I'm not trying to make excuses for the guy, but I also do know that his thumb has been bothering him. It has. It hasn't been perfect, but I still want him to be aggressive, and that was my critique on Tyrese Maxey in the last game, was that he was not being aggressive enough. Does any of this make sense? I can be praising the Knicks. I can be mad at the Sixers organization. And I can be bothered about this game as a fan all at the same time. And that's what it is. I have this Knicks team going to the finals. I do. I do believe that Detroit poses a tougher threat. I do feel like that Detroit has a better roster. They have more size to them. But the Knicks are clicking. They are red hot. I don't think anybody wants to play this team right now. I don't. You think anybody wanted to play the Phillies when they were on their magical run in 2022? No. They were a scary bunch of people. You threw anything down the middle, that ball was going to go. You give this team any space to operate from three, they find the open man, and if you slip up just one little bit, they're going to hit the open shots. And they're also going to make a shot, even if you give them just a little bit of daylight. A little bit of daylight. That's how Deuce McBride is shooting right now. That's how Jalen Brunson is shooting. And Brunson's, the other thing too about this, guys, is that it's not rocket science. Do you realize that Jalen Brunson is not like exerting anything on defense? They're not making him work on defense. And that's a credit to Mike Brown. That's a credit to James Dolan. Can't believe I'm saying that. And that's a credit to the players. It's all of them. So Brunson's not having to guard, and he could focus more on his offensive game. It makes it so much easier when he's getting screens from Cat and from Mitchell Robinson. And then Embiid is in drop coverage. And what do you want? Him on Josh Hart? Embiid can't play defense like he used to. He just can't. So he's really not exerting much. And this is just a result of it. I hope what I'm saying makes sense. I can acknowledge all three things. As a fan, I'm bothered. As a Sixers fan, I'm bothered. But also, I'm seeing greatness from the New York Knicks, and the Sixers deserve this. This is a reflection of the organization right now. And I can still be happy about the Boston series. That was an admiration. It was beautiful to watch them defeat Boston. But I can also be upset. There's still another half to go. I'm acting like the game is over. But in this second half here, what has to change? The thing that has to change is that the Knicks can't be making all these threes. The shots cannot be falling like this. They just can't. They can't be falling like this. If they're just going to continue to fall like this, game over. They're going to have to go really, really cold. And the 76ers are going to have to just find ways to get rhythm. The Sixers don't have any rhythm. They have no rhythm at all whatsoever. The Knicks are playing their pace of basketball. It's fast. It's boom, boom, boom. Transition threes. Scrappy defense. And just fast-tempoed offense. The game used to slow down a lot in playoff basketball. Over the last 3 years, I would argue and I would say that this game is really sped up. It's sped up so much. The pacing is so much different than even what it is during the regular season. It's a different beast than what it used to be. RIP Celtics and Sixers. Hopefully Celtics can get Giannis without losing too much as Earth Mystery. JJ, this is what happens when you play a G League team. JJ, you are going a little too overboard with the Knicks. JJ, they won't play like this against Detroit. Well, Eagle fan, I disagree with you because they played really well against the Atlanta Hawks. Like, I can't take anything away from them. And this Sixers team, we praised them for coming back to beat a Boston team that was really, really good. Okay, and that was a number 2 seed. The Sixers, like, the numbers on the jerseys don't change. It's Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, and Paul George. And that's a really good starting lineup. They're doing this against, arguably, we were calling them, and maybe you don't agree with this, but we were saying that the 76ers had arguably the best starting lineup in the East. Arguably. So, I have to respectfully disagree with you. But I appreciate your take, though, my friend. This is the first time Knicks have had a team in 30 years to believe in. That's why they're in the stands in Philly, for sure. Absolutely. 81-57. Here's a 2-point shot for the Knicks as we start off the third quarter. 83-57. That look on Nick Nurse's face says it all. That's going to be memed. He has his hands folded, and he's sitting over on the other side, and he just has his heads up, and he's like, dear gosh. Maxey just made a 3 for the Sixers. They're down 83-60. Brunson being guarded by VJ Edgecombe, and we have a whistle called against VJ. I think Maxey's exhausted from carrying the team all year. They don't have any consistent lineup, so they can't get chemistry like the Knicks. PG didn't even want to be here. He wanted to stay in LA or go to the Warriors. Morey just way overpaid him. So. But that's where I stand, man. Josh Hart gets the ball downhill. Hart is going to throw it over towards the outside to Karl Anthony Towns. Towns' floater won't go, and there's another whistle. It's going to be on Paul George. And that'll stop the clock with 11:04 to go. But yeah, Thunder Sports Pistons will trash the Knicks as Eagle fan. We'll see. We'll see. I think that the Thunder are a really good team. I think that the Thunder are the best team, but I can still say that nobody wants to play the Knicks, just like I thought that the Astros were the better team in the World Series against the Philadelphia Phillies. But do you think that they wanted to go up against the Phillies when they were hot at that time? No, absolutely not. 84-60. And again, this is me just being passionate. I'm not mad at you. You know, don't take it anything like that. This is just me being passionate and just showing my beliefs. 84-60, and now it's 85-60 as both free throws are good for the New York Knicks. Karl Anthony Towns makes both foul shots. 10:54 left to go in the third quarter. Maxey with a handoff over to Embiid. What's Joel going to do? Joel is going to go over towards the left side of the elbow, and a step back two is up, and it's good. Embiid has not missed a field goal in this game. He has 21 points. He is 7 for 7 now from the field with 4 rebounds and 2 assists as well. Towns thought about taking the three, gets it past Joel, and just gets it right over to the cup. 87-62. It feels like that every time that the Knicks have had a possession, they are just scoring at such a high rate. There's a blocking foul that's called on the New York Knicks. It's on Karl Anthony Towns. And that's going to be another personal foul called against him. And Joel's going to go to the line and shoot some foul shots. It's all good, JJ says Eagle fan. But yeah, no, I'm not mad at you. I just disagree. I think that the OKC Thunder have a really good team, and I still think that they can win it all. But this Knicks team is just clicking. Look at what they did against the Hawks. They're playing really good basketball. 87-62, and the first free throw is up, and it's good. Let me ask you this though. Okay, do you think that? Let me ask you this. Do you think that the Pistons win in 7 against the Knicks? Or 6 or 5? Like, what? How far do you see the series going? That's my question to you. Foul shot number 2 for Embiid is no good, and it goes in and out. 10:13 left to go in the third quarter. Brunson will pass it over to Mikal Bridges. Bridges goes downhill again. He's being guarded by Embiid, and they'll give it back outside over to Josh Hart. Here's Bridges again going downhill. McBride open for another three-point shot. Not that time. And Bridges lost the rebound. Oubre got it instead. And it's now Embiid who gets it. Maxey over on the other side. Zips it outside over to George for a three. It was contested. The ball goes on out of bounds. And it was last touched by VJ Edgecombe. Eagle fan says 6. Okay. See, I had the Knicks winning against the 76ers in 6. I could see it, though. I definitely could. Bridges with a step-back fadeaway foul line J, and that's good. He's been knocking down that foul line jump shot. He loves to get over there, and he just hits it right in the sweet spot. His mid-range is good. Embiid over towards the far corner, gives it back over to Edgecombe. Embiid another 2, got it from the left elbow, and that's good. It's a 24-point deficit with 9:09 to go in the third quarter. Embiid is 8 for 8 now from the field with 24 points and 4 rebounds as well. Cade is the X factor. Not far at all. We'll be lucky the last 5 games with or without OG, says Longbaugh. Another 3 for Jalen Brunson. Count it. It's good. Right off the dribble. Got right over to the right side of the wing. And just made a line drive laser from downtown. Edgecombe back over to Embiid. Embiid over to Edgecombe again. And Embiid finds a cutting backdoor cut over to VJ, and the layup is good to make it 92-67. Just watching New York again with their offense. It's Brunson getting past everybody and Robinson able to dunk it on home. The speed that they're playing with is just unmatched. 94-67 with 8:20 to go in the third quarter. Embiid at the foul line extended, hands it off to Maxey, and Maxey's three-point shot won't go. Hits off the front of the rim. He looks so frustrated out there. He's just not making anything. Tyrese Maxey in this game has just 10 points. Mikal Bridges has 12. Josh Hart has 14. 14 points. Embiid and VJ are the only guys that are fighting out there, says Mike over on Twitter. Brunson again tries to lay it up and on in. Embiid gets the rebound, a handoff over to Edgecombe. Edgecombe goes down the lane, kicks it back outside to Grimes for a three-point shot. That one won't go. Edgecombe gets the offensive rebound. Maxey for a three. Got it to go, finally. Tyrese Maxey makes an open three, 94-70, with 7:45 left to go in the third quarter. It's Brunson again, crossing on over, taking it over towards the 76ers logo. And Dominic Barlow is now on Jalen Brunson. 10 seconds are left on the shot clock. Brunson steps back, gets past Barlow. The layup is good. 96-70. Sixers turn it over. Brunson another three. That's up and that's in. 99-70. And Knicks fans are on their feet out at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. Another bad turnover, and the Knicks are unstoppable right now. 7:19 to go in the third quarter. And this is absolutely brutal for the 76ers. Amy says, this one is rough. Honestly, I'd have thought there would be a bit more fights. I was incorrect, says Amy. Amy Fadul. Crazy. Jacob Marina says, I don't think that this series was on Nick Nurse, by the way. Ay, ay, ay. Man. They are out of their minds. Honestly, this might be like the worst playoff beating I've ever seen as a Sixers fan. This is just, I don't know what else to say. This is a knockout and more. Like as soon as they're getting knocked out, they're just continuing to get punched as they're knocked out. MSG South is rocking, says Marcus. I'm sure it is. If you're a true fan, your team has been on both sides of the coin at one point or another. Scott, the pain I felt in 91 when the Braves lost to the Twins will never go away. Sixers are getting packed up. This game and series is over with, says the real Daryl. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. They're getting packed up right now. Yep. Absolutely. And the Knicks get to rest. Sixers only have 3 timeouts left. The Knicks have only used 1 timeout. By the way, chat, barring a significant miracle here, this is Matt Cord's last game as the PA announcer for the Philadelphia 76ers. And I just wanted to say, I have to be on the record for saying Matt Cord is an absolute legend in this city. Obviously love listening to him on 102.9 WMGK. for his classic rock stuff that he does, his classic rock show. But gosh, I might be biased and say, like, one of the best PA announcers in all of basketball. Because that is the type of dude that Matt is. And just a great person, just a great PA announcer, and just somebody that really embraces this city. So shout out to Matt Cord. Just got to give him a shout out. JJ, I joked to my fiance that they were going to lose by 50. She told me no way. It's crazy. The Sixers need to have some serious talk about the direction of the team moving forward. You're not winning the chip next season, and the season after that, says the real Daryl. Winning a chip, they got to talk about moving forward because they can't play like this. Maxey with an open three, can't even make that. Sixers had a really good play call there, and Maxey just not even able to hit the rim. Here's Bridges for a three on the other side. That's no good. Edgecombe gets the rebound, and VJ Edgecombe takes it over towards the left side of the wing again. Edgecombe looking to dump it inside to Dominic Barlow. 2 is up, and he's fouled by Bridges. 99-72 with 6 minutes and 44 seconds left to go in the third quarter. Mike Sealski just posted this on Twitter. Listen to this. Shout out to Mike Sealski. In 1989, the Knicks beat the Sixers 3-0 in the first round, then took out a dust mop and swept the Spectrum floor. It was pretty classless, given that they won the 3 games by 8 total points. If they did the same thing today at Xfinity Mobile Arena, I wouldn't blame them, he says, which I find to be funny. Josh Hart for an open three. That's up and that's good. Josh Hart makes himself another three-pointer in this game. Josh Hart this season has shot 41% from three, but this is a guy who only attempts 3 threes per game. And he's a 35% three-point shooter in his career. Sixers are able to make a layup, and it's now 102-75. Embiid is still out there. Brunson is going to throw it over to Josh Hart. It's a bounce pass. Barlow's on Josh Hart. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Maxey guarding McBride. 5 seconds left on the shot clock again. McBride, open three-point shot. Count it. They're just practice shots. They're setting screens for McBride, and he's just making wide-open threes. He's 7 for 9 from downtown. 105-75 with 5 minutes and 36 seconds left to go in the third quarter. Swish. And a flamethrower as well. He has the stroke. Just an assassin. Maxey with an alley pass that was supposed to go to Grimes, and he couldn't even catch it. He couldn't even catch the alley-oop pass, and it went right off of his fingertips, out of bounds, and it was last touched by Josh Hart. Maxey's going to inbound it over to Dominic Barlow. Another handoff that goes over to Joel Embiid. Embiid hands it back off to Edgecombe for 3, and that goes in and out. So many dribble handoffs, not even funny. Maxey full court pressing Josh Hart again. Brunson swings it over to the outside. McBride with a pass back over to Jalen Brunson. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. 5:03 to go, and we're just in the third quarter. Hart throws it away. And Hart's like, uh-oh, did that hit a fan? They all had to duck. Still a couple of 76ers fans that are there. They deserve a lot of respect. The Knicks have put up 18 points off of the 76ers turnovers. Maxey nearly turned it over there. Edgecombe back at the top of the key. Runs down the lane. Gives it back to Tyrese Maxey. Maxey over to Grimes for a three-point shot. And that hits off the front of the rim. Tried to knock it down from the right side of the wing. And the Sixers are now 6 for 23 from three-point range. We also have a turnover called. It's on Michael Bridges. The Knicks' three-point shooting now is at 22. They are 22 for 35. I can't even speak. You think the Knicks can score 150 points? Wouldn't shock me. It would not shock me. Grimes with a handoff over to Joel Embiid. Embiid hands it off again over to Maxey. A drop-off pass over to Edgecombe. Barlow hands it off over to Embiid, and that ball is turned over again. I've counted. There have been 25 handoffs over these last 1.5 quarters for the Philadelphia 76ers. 25. I've counted. And we have another timeout taken. Knicks are going to take a timeout here. They said that Embiid touched the ball last, and the Sixers are down by 30. That looked like Carson Wentz on that pass as the real Daryl. You just gotta laugh, chat. You just gotta laugh. Oh, man. Imagine what Tom McGinnis is saying right now. Imagine, like, what RB is saying right now. Hey, the Sixers have actually gotten points from their bench today. They've actually outscored. Nope, they still haven't even outscored the Knicks bench. The Knicks bench has 19 points. The Sixers bench has 15. So even their bench has more points than the Sixers do. Landry Shamet is 9. Clarkson has 4. Robinson has 6. Edwards for the Sixers is 2. Barlow is 3. Drummond is 4. And Grimes is 6. But every starter for the Knicks, every starter except for Michael Bridges has knocked down at least 2 threes. Towns has 10 assists, by the way. Karl Anthony Towns has 10 assists in this game. Brunson has 6. Bridges has 6. And again, they're missing OG Anunoby. This would be a 6-game winning streak for the New York Knicks. The only category the 76ers are winning in is free throw percentage. They're shooting 76% while the Knicks are shooting 75%. That's the series. That's the series. I do want to thank you all so much for tuning on in. I really appreciate you guys. What's the Knicks' offensive boards compared to the Sixers, if you have it there? Offensive rebounding? It's a joke. Offensive rebounding in this game, 12-6. That's because, remember, on that one possession, they had 6 offensive rebounds. That's it. Spurs play against the Timberwolves at 7:30. All right, so the Knicks are going to inbound the ball again, 105-75. This would actually be their first best-of-7 series sweep since 1999, the New York Knicks. That's also really impressive, too. Towns, open elbow J, got it, splash. All these are swishes. Offensive for the Knicks, Sixers total, not just offensive. Crazy. Yeah, the Knicks in this game, as Drummond misses a 2, the Knicks have put up 31 rebounds in this game. The Sixers have rebounded 21 times. The Knicks have 12 offensive rebounds. The Sixers only have 6. Defensive rebounds, the Knicks have 19. The Sixers have 15. Unreal. 107-75. I think I saw a stat. Oh, yeah, I did. The New York Knicks have scored on 76% of their possessions. Towns for 2. He gets fouled by Drummond. Joel Embiid ends the game shooting 100%. So that's it for Joel Embiid. There's Walt Frazier in the building. Oubre, George, Grimes, Drummond all out there for the Sixers. Towns at the line. First free throw is up, and it's good. This has turned into a summer league game, says the real Daryl. There's also Mo Cheeks, Knicks assistant coach. Also played for the 76ers. Shout out to Maurice. The free throw for Towns, that's up, and that's good. It's a 34-point lead with 3:10 to go in the third quarter. George dumps it off over to Quentin Grimes. That's the 30th handoff that they've had. Maxey for 3. Nope. And it's rebounded by Bridges, but there's a loose ball foul called. Maxey in this ball game is just shivering cold from 3. 1 for 7. Maxey in this series, in just this series alone against the New York Knicks, has shot 17% from 3. In the series against the Celtics, he shot 42%. 42%. That's it. And he's shooting 17% from 3. And you know what? I feel like if the Knicks were to play the Celtics in this series, this is just my opinion, I think that the Knicks would have probably swept them too. Or beaten them in 5. With the way that they are clicking. Here's Towns at the line, taking 3 dribbles. And the free throw for Towns, in and out it goes. Big shout out to Philly Tig with RB. Since the year Joel Embiid was drafted, the Sixers have had as follows: 15 first-round picks, only 3 are still on the team. 6 second-round exits, 2 first-round exits, no Eastern Conference Finals appearances, 3 brutal Game 7 losses in the second round, James Harden and Ben Simmons quitting, Markelle Fultz with a shoulder injury, Jimmy Butler and Tobias Harris situations, Mikal Bridges traded on draft night, Paul George with a 25-game suspension, Embiid with unlucky injuries, Colangelo makes burner account to talk bad about Joel. 12 years of coming up short. It's time to reset the culture. Retweeted. That's retweeted. What's up, District Nation? How you doing, my friend? 110-75 with 2:20 left to go. Karl Anthony Towns gets himself a double-double and a standing ovation from the Knicks fans here. 17 and 10. George over on the baseline. Baseline J for Paul George. No. And the ball's rebounded by Jose Alvarado. Let's go. And there's Alvarado again with a floater inside. That's up and that's good to make it 112-75 with 1:53 to go in the third quarter. And Tyrese Maxey gets fouled. I mean, at this point, I don't even think anybody on the Sixers should be complaining to the refs. The Sixers are down by 37 points. My gosh, you're so much better than the other Philadelphia YouTube sportscasters. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. They're at 112 points. We're not even in the fourth quarter. We're not even in the fourth quarter. The free throw for Maxey. That's up, and that's good. This is a deficit that will take a miracle to come back from. Embiid looks really sad over on the sidelines. I don't blame him. The free throw is up, and it's good to make it 112-77. Jason Williams is looking to get into coaching. He might help with the refs, says Long Ball. McBride back over to Alvarado. Alvarado down the lane. Gets it denied by Grimes. Huck Porty still comes up with it, though. Shamet, space, three-point shot. Bang! Hits the back of the rim. And it's a 115-77 game. You know, they say in baseball, save some runs for tomorrow. I know that there is no tomorrow for the New York Knicks, but you might want to save some of those threes for the next series. Here's a shot that goes up. The friendly bounce for McBride is good, and he'll go to the line for one more. Oh, my goodness. 118-79 with 109 to go in the third quarter. Doors, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you, man. Shout out to Doors. I haven't seen you in a while, dude. Good to see you. Who goes and who stays next season, in your opinion? The funny part is that I don't think anybody is leaving as far as the 76ers big three goes, big four goes. I think that they're going to run it back again. And I don't think Grimes is coming back. I don't. But I don't trust him. I don't trust them. Doris checking in. Nice win over my Celtics. GG, great comeback, he says. Man, shout out to you. I'm happy to see you on here. It's been a while since I've seen you, man. It's good to see you. Respect. Mad love and respect to you, man. A challenge. Sixers are challenging a play. That 3-1 comeback over my Celtics was absolutely epic. It was well done. Absolutely. And again, I'm taking nothing away. Nothing away from that comeback, because that comeback was awesome. I can be praising the 76ers for a comeback. I can be criticizing the 76ers for getting swept by the Knicks. And I can also be upset. All those things can be true, you know? Sorry to see how things turned out against the Knicks. I expected this series to be very different. I expected it too. I expected it to be different too. But I give the Knicks a lot of credit. Like one of those guys that's just, you know, they're playing way better. And they deserve all the credit in the world. They do. JJ, remember the 2024 76ers playoff exits against the Knicks when you couldn't fight back the tears during your broadcast, So much passion. I respected that, says Dartmouth. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, this is just different. I mean, we're gonna have a big post-game show. We're gonna talk about this. We're gonna talk about their flaws. We'll praise the Knicks. I wish I could be sad. I'm not even sad. Not even sad. How can I be sad? All I can be is angry at the organization, but also proud of the players, because this might sound really weird, but it's not all their fault. 117-79. Here's Oubre on the drive to the basket. Gets the layup to go. It's 117-81. And then the Sixers need to have talking about building the team around about Maxey and Edgecombe. The Embiid era has been a huge disappointment. I read you RB's tweet. I read you RB's tweet. I'll read it again. I retweeted it. Since the year Embiid was drafted, the Sixers have had 15 first-round picks. You're talking about a team that had 15 first-round picks, and only 3 are still on the team. 6 second-round exits, 2 first-round exits, not even an Eastern Conference Finals appearance. It's 118-81, by the way. Kelly Oubre got signaled for a technical foul, and here's a little chase-down block from Bona, but we have another foul called on Adem Bona, and Huckporty's going to go to the line. Markelle Fultz, shoulder injury. James Harden and Ben Simmons quitting on the teams. 3 brutal Game 7 losses in the second round. Butler and Toby having their own situations. Mikal Bridges gets traded on draft night. Paul George gets suspended for 25 games. Embiid gets unlucky injuries. And Colangelo makes a burner account to talk about bad things with Joel Embiid. Like 12 years of just coming up short. He's right. He's so right. 120-81. 23 threes for the Knicks on 37 attempts. Grimes, step back, 3-point shot. Way too strong. And Bona tried to get the rebound, and they're going to call a loose ball foul on the Knicks. No sadness, because this is ridiculous. No sadness because, again, this is what you call... Here's the best way I can put it. Okay. You're in a car race, okay? We used to have this thing called the Pinewood Derby, and we would see who had the fastest car, okay? You had to design the car. It was like a toy car. And whoever engineered the best car won. The way that this car is designed, it's collapsible. This car can't stand on its own 4 wheels. This car can't even stand on 2 wheels. The Knicks have a car that has 4 wheels, and they can turn it into another gear. The 76ers, just as soon as that car goes, and it's like off to the races, their car just tilts. It just tilts over. And the Knicks are just zooming down. It's about how the car is built. That's what it is. 122-83. We're going to go into the fourth quarter. I've never seen anything like this. The Sixers are getting blown out by 39 points in just 3 quarters. No sadness because this is ridiculous. Same JJ, not sad or angry, just numb, says David. That's it. That's it. It's slim. We haven't even had that in 30 years, so we'll take it if we can get past Detroit, that is. Who has a better shot beating the Knicks? I'm going to say the Pistons, so go Pistons, I guess. I know I'm tired of rooting for the team that's going against the team that beat my team in all sports lately. You know what's weird? Even if I'm a Sixers fan, but, like, I can't, like, I could root against Boston as a Sixers fan in 2023, and I could root against the Raptors after 2018 with the bounce and everything. Like, your car is fragile. Your car doesn't run. That's what it is. You don't have a car that runs. The manufacturers, the people up at the top, couldn't design the right model. And their model, like, literally blew up. Like, the car blew up. It's all internal. It's all internal. Pistons, Cavs in 5. That looks like a final score. Cheers, chat. I love you guys. They forced him to be back on these kids, and they quit. They know he's a dinosaur. It's a young man's game, and that's what it came down to. I'm not counting the Spurs out. I'm not counting the Thunder out. This series, what this series taught me, chat, is this. Okay, and then you understand, I gotta save some of the stuff for the post-game show. But what this series taught me is this. Okay, first and foremost, the 76ers had an impressive series against the Boston Celtics, and they came back and they did something that was absolutely really impressive. Okay, and then the car was built for that series because the car used its whole entire battery throughout that series. And then when they had to come up against better competition after sweating and muscling that out, they just got punched in the face in game 1. Everybody said, including myself, actually, I didn't say this, that fatigue settled on in after they played a very well-fought game 7. I wasn't making that excuse. I forgot about that. And then they just ran out of the gym. This game actually, this series reminded me a lot of the Dodgers when they played against the Milwaukee Brewers last year. Because the Brewers put up a really tough series against the Chicago Cubs. And the Brewers just ran out of gas. But that was because the Dodgers had better talent. That wasn't because that they had older players. But that came down to just roster construction as well. This came down to roster construction and fatigue. And this ship is not built to last on starters going 47 minutes. They're not. That's it. 123-83 as we are in the fourth quarter. First foul shot for Ariel Huckporty is good. The second one was no good. Knicks might score 150. We talked about that before. The product you see on the basketball court, the baseball diamond, hockey rink, and football field is a reflection upon the front office. That's all I gotta say. Like, this does not. If you want to blame Tyrese Maxey for not knocking down his shots, I hear you, right? I'm not telling you that Tyrese Maxey's an angel. But this team needs a shakeup. First free throw for Dalen Terry didn't even hit the rim. Second free throw, it doesn't hit the rim, but it hits nothing but net. 123-84. What's up, Joe? Fire Morey and Brand. Sixers have not had a good GM since Pat Crochet. Sam Hinkie was awful. 123-84 with 11 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. By the way, the guys that are out there now, I know that we still have a game to call, and I got to make sure that I still focus. Daddy yet. Huck Porty, Shamit, Alvarado, and Kolek are out there for the Knicks. And they get themselves a little bucket inside as Jose Alvarado makes a 2. Here's Justin Edwards getting the ball from VJ Edgecombe, and Edwards fires up a 3, and that's not going to go on in. And we have the ball going off the fingertips of Adem Bona. Bona looked like that he was talking over to Landry Shamet. I don't know what the heck is going on. You can't be doing any of the trash talking. I don't know what's going on. Your team is down. Your team is going to lose the series. Well, what's there to talk trash about? I want to lose by 50, so we are forced to trade Embiid, says Joe. And again, this is not Joel Embiid's fault. Edgecombe with a step back 2. That's up and that's no good. 125-84. 10:25 to go. Alvarado down the lane. Kisses it high off the window. That's no good. Terry comes away with the rebound. Dalen Terry with a handoff over to Edgecombe. One more over to Edwards for a 3. And that's way off the mark again. Edwards is cold. Edwards not knocking down shots. It was over to the right side of the rim. And Shamet comes up with it for the New York Knicks. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Huck Porty left wide open for a 3. And that time he's human. Edgecombe comes away with the rebound. And a handoff to Dalen Terry again. 9:52 to go. Terry down the lane. Gets it blocked by Huck Porty. And it's 5-on-4 basketball. Alvarado catches. Puts up a 3-point shot. And banks it on in. Actually, he got it over to the far corner, and he just popped it up and got it on in. 24-39, Sixers are not able to hit a 3. 24-39 is what the Knicks are shooting from 3, and the ball gets deflected and it goes out of bounds off the hand of Dominic Barlow. 3 free agents I like are Bones Highland, Marvin Bagley, and Charles Bassey, says Sovereign. I like Bones Highland. Marvin Bagley is nice, but I need athletic wings that can play, that can take minutes away from Tyrese Maxey, and that don't force them to go out there and put up so many minutes. Watford is out there. Kolek on a little pick and roll gives it back over to Huck Porty. Terry gets the rock now, and we have a foul called. It's not a game. It's a humiliation ritual at this point. .9:05 to go in the fourth quarter. A handoff over to Justin Edwards and a kick out over to Dalen Terry. I will say this once again. Wait until the postgame show. You get a game like this, you get an epic postgame show. Terry for 3 for the Sixers. Count it. It's good. 128-87 with 8:50 to go in the fourth quarter. I have not played the air horn once in this second half. That's never happened. I have not played the air horn once. 130 points for the New York Knicks. They lead it by 43 against the 76ers. Bona goes flying downhill, can't even hold on to the ball. And he did get fouled at the last second But he still should have been able to hang on to that. Kyle Lowry's talking to Joel Embiid over on the sideline. Paul George looks like that he is just dazed and confused out there over on the 76ers bench. And he's just silent. Doesn't want to talk to anybody. Bona at the line. And the first free throw, no good. VJ Edgecombe is going to check on out of the game. I got to give him a little golf clap because he had a really good rookie year. Big fan of VJ. Big things to come for him. Big things to come for him. It's Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Happy Mother's Day. Happy birthday. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Cheers to everybody. Here's a three-point shot. That's up, and it's no good. Bona comes away with the rebound for the Sixers. 8:13 left to go in the fourth quarter. Barlow down the lane, gets it denied, and the ball is saved by Kolek, and the Knicks are pushing the tempo forward. Another handoff that goes over towards the far side, and DOR is going to throw it over to Kolek. 10 seconds left on the shot clock here, and the shot's up. And the dunk is good by Ariel Huckporty. 132-88 with 7:45 to go in the fourth quarter. 30 assists for the New York Knicks and 18 for the Philadelphia 76ers. Barlow with a jam downstairs. And that'll make it 132-90. By the way, the Sixers in this second half have put up 33 points. The Knicks have put up 53. Flyers and Sixers eliminated, nothing left but fills and waiting for NFL training camp. Please, please, please stay on for this all-time post-game show. Stay on. Another step back two. It's up and it's good to make it 134-92. Kolek for three. No. And the ball goes out of bounds. We got a timeout taken with 6:49 left to go in the fourth quarter. 6:49 left to go in the fourth quarter. The largest Knicks victory in playoff history. Anybody want to guess? Just happened. They won by 51 points. Sorry, I didn't even let anybody do that. They put up 140 points in that game and let up just 89. Right now, they're up by 42 against the 76ers. 42 points. So they not only are going to get more points compared to that game, but they could still have a larger deficit. Crazy. The Knicks tied their record with 6 straight playoff wins, and that was reported a day ago. Their only other 6-game winning streak was in 1999 when they won Game 5. It was a winner-take-all game, and the number 1 seed Heat in the first round. Then they swept the Hawks in 4 games in the next round, and then they won Game 1 against the Pacers in the Eastern Conference Finals. They lost Game 2 to the Pacers, but won in 6, and then famously went on to the finals as an 8 seed, where they ended up losing in 5 to the Spurs. 51 points is their largest margin of victory that they had, and it was against the Hawks. And this is at 42. It's at 42. The Knicks' largest win point differential was 54 in their franchise history. They won by 54 points, and that was earlier this year against the Brooklyn Nets. They also this year beat the 76ers by 49 in February of this year. This is what they're doing to teams. This is what they're doing. Largest victory was Knicks versus the Hawks, correct. In their playoff history. Regular season history, it was this year against the Nets and also this year against the Sixers in the regular season. The Knicks have also, by the way, tied a playoff record with 18 three-pointers and a half. They were 18 for 29 in the first half. Unreal. $134-92 with 6:28 to go in the fourth quarter. Edwards for three for the Sixers. That one won't go. The Knicks today, as a team, have put up 42 rebounds. The Sixers have had 25. 14 offensive rebounds for the Knicks. 6 for the Sixers. Another open three for the Knicks. Not that time. And the rebound goes over to Edwards. Their three-point percentage now is just down to 57%. It's down to 57, guys. The three-point percentage was at 87% at one point, and now it's down to 57. Here's a Dembona for a two, and that's good. 134-94. That's crazy. Here's another two. The layup is up and the layup is good. 136-94. Drake Baldwin just hit his 10th homer of the year, I just saw. Gave the Braves insurance in the 8th inning against the LA Dodgers. Another shot to RB. As it's 136-96. We'll get back to that in just a second. 4:53 left to go in the fourth quarter. Here's a shot that's up, and that's no good. Jabari Walker gets the rebound, and Sixers have possession of the ball. 4:40 left to go in the fourth quarter. And a handoff that goes over to Walker inside. It's denied. Bona step back, and he actually got a little fadeaway layup inside, if that's even a thing. Got it. I'm attempting to speed up time to get this over with. That's how I felt coming on into this game. Terry got a steal. 4:20 to go. Terry dunks it on in. It's 136-100. The Sixers are finally at the century mark with 4:10 to go. Here's Kolek again on a handoff, and that is stolen again by Watford. Terry on a fast break tries to lay it up and in, and he's fouled with 4:01 left to go. This was the year, says RB, where the Eastern Conference was more wide open than it'll ever be. And the Sixers punted at the trade deadline. That's the most frustrating part of the season. And we're seeing the repercussions from that. Josh Reynolds, I know I'll get a lot of the Game 7 was your finals replies, but I don't care. I know what I saw, and nobody will be able to take that from me. Seeing Embiid return weeks after emergency surgery to lead a 3-1 series comeback versus Boston was an all-timer. Sean Bernard, this is the type of Sixers performance that should force major changes. I don't have to read anything else. I don't have to read anything else. 136 to 101. The foul shot, no good. 3:53 left to go in the fourth quarter. Here comes the big run, says Larry. Foul shot number 2, and that one is good to make it 137 to 101. The Knicks lead it by 36. Steve said something. I wanted to read what Steve said. I missed what Steve said. What did Steve say? Postgame is going to be fun. Told me yesterday the reason he didn't do Phillies today is because he had a feeling that this would be the last game. So it's going to be a big postgame show. And it is. It absolutely is. Flyers were outclassed, but at least they went down swinging, not like this. I wish you could do a post-game show with RB, JJ, and RB's Sixers post-game show. I might ask him this summer if he wants to do a pod, because I think that would be really cool. I'd be totally down to do that with him. I would be. We'll see. 3:12 to go in the fourth quarter. Shots up. It's no good. Diawara wanted the foul call there, and a shot clock violation is called instead. The one thing I've noticed that the Knicks have not done today is they've never forced the 76ers to have a shot clock violation. The Sixers did that twice. 137 to 103 with 3 minutes and 5 seconds left to go in the fourth quarter. Sixers have 1 timeout left. The Knicks have 4. Barlow with a step back fadeaway jumper, and that's up and that's good. All 5 starters hit double digits. Shamet hit double digits coming off the bench. Good defense and rebounding is a recipe for success. Absolutely. Terry's going to foul Huck Porty, and we'll have some free throws coming on up. Dalen Terry actually has 9 points and 3 for 4 from the field. He is on it, man. RB is on fire today. Quick reminder that Embiid's 3-year, $192.9 million contract doesn't settle in until next year. I can't. Oh, man. What a franchise. What a franchise. He's on one, man. Oh, man. I am going to take phone calls during this postgame show. But obviously, you gotta give me the floor for this opening monologue, because there's a lot that I want to say. Cut the clips, get the clips ready, and I know I gotta be recording. We're just getting on into this right away. There's no need for a break. No need for a break. So, Jason, what's going on, man? Good to see you on here. You guys aren't going to be going anywhere for 6 years when the process starts over, says Taco Tom. It's about looking at yourself in the mirror. I'll leave it right at that. Just leave it right there. It was the Xfinity Misery Center this weekend. Man, oh man. What did Sixers Adam say yesterday? Adam Aronson? He had a headline called "Losing the Battle of Stars. Sixers are one loss away from going home." This is before today. We're going to have to really dig in and regroup. As Embiid Winston groaned, Tyrese Maxey walked as slowly as he could for the showers to his locker room. Maxey, who returned from a finger injury earlier than expected near the end of March, has played, quote, with a splint for about 6 weeks since and is not himself. After a dazzling series against Boston in which he busted every coverage and took care of the ball, he has been flustered by New York's strength, failed to find pockets of the game to take over, and committed careless turnovers. He is exhausted too, he says, after logging 41 minutes per game in the first round, and he has played 91 out of a possible 96 minutes between Game 2 and Game 3. $137-105. We're in the fourth quarter, and Janai Broom is out there, and the dunk is good. 137-107. Crazy. Oh, man. Less than 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Here's a behind-the-back bounce pass from Terry over to Broom for a three, and Kolek is able to get the rebound. Well, they're not going to get the largest margin of victory. They're not going to get to 150 points, but it's a 137-107 ball game. Do you want 76ers to be running back with the same exact team, says Kevin? Just you wait 2 more minutes. 1 minute and 47 seconds. Just wait. Just wait. Wait. Here's a three for Justin Edwards. That's up and that's no good. And an alley-oop pass from Kolek over to Huckporty, and the dunk is good as well. 139-107. That's actually Diawara who actually made the dunk. Damn, they don't even deserve Cancun. I like that. Don't even deserve the Jersey Shore. Send them to Staten Island for the summer, says Larry. 1:10 left to go in the fourth quarter. Okay. 1:03 left to go in the fourth quarter. Matt Olson just homered. Wow. All right, drop your one words in the chat right now. One word to describe this game. One word to describe this game. Okay? Just give me, just fire away. Fire away right now. I just want to get it out of the way. 140-109 with 103 to go in the fourth quarter. Knicks fans all on their feet at Xfinity Mobile Arena. Fire away the words. I would, but I was told no profanity. Slop, disappointed, planned, expected. Keep going. Keep firing. More. Here's a three for Janai Broom. That's up and that's good. 141 points, most in franchise playoff history. So they got that done. That record is there. Perplexed, uncompetitive. Ha! Keep going. Serenity. Long ball says relieved. I feel you on that, man. 144-112. David, pathetic. Vacation, says Jeff. 28 seconds left to go. Knicks are going to dribble this one out. And 8 seconds left on the shot clock, so they'll take a shot clock violation. And actually, 76ers are going to get a steal. The fact that that's even a stat right there is crazy, and Janai Broom dunks it on in, 144-114. Larry says bye. There's always next season. All right, that is going to wrap it up. The Philadelphia 76ers get swept by the New York Knicks and lose Game 4. Not only lose Game 4, but get taken over their building 144-114. And they get absolutely clobbered by the New York Knicks. Maxey is hugging Josh Hart. Hugs all around. Karl Anthony Towns tapping Dominic Barlow. Towns also gives Paul George a little hug as well. So they're talking things over right now. Okay, pantsed. Pants. Killed. What did Lou say? Lou said, frown. J. Kidd. Okay. Here we go. The Philadelphia 76ers just got outclassed by the New York Knicks. And they lose by a score of 144-114. All right. I'm taking the floor for a second. First and foremost, number one. I don't like what I've seen from the fans going on into other creators' chats and being mean and threatening people. I don't like that. I've seen it a lot happening with Knicks fans to the Sixers creators. I've seen it happen a lot. And it's disrespectful, and I don't like that. But to the good fans out there, and obviously to the New York Knicks, congratulations, well-deserved. That's what a playoff team looks like. That's how a playoff team is constructed. That's how a playoff team plays. And while the Knicks were hitting everything, they are playing phenomenal basketball. OG Anunoby didn't even play today, and yet Knicks fans should still be feeling really good about how they played in this series. Not talking about Detroit, not talking about what's ahead. They should feel very proud of themselves because they played a near perfect series. Really. That's what happened. I will get to the Sixers in a second. Don't you worry. But the New York Knicks deserve a lot of praise. What did the Knicks do well in this series? First and foremost, Mike Brown coached his tails off. He did. Mike Brown did an excellent job managing the lineups, figuring out what adjustments to make, even after the Game 2 debacle that they had that they stole away from the 76ers. He made all the right adjustments. They did a lot of drop coverage today, almost every single possession on Joel Embiid. And the Sixers had no answers. Jalen Brunson didn't even play a lot of defense today, and they preserved him for offense. That's how it went pretty much throughout the series. They know that the 76ers cannot guard drop coverage because Embiid is now a liability on the perimeter. If you get him away from the basket, you're playing 5-on-4 basketball. And that's what happened. And the Knicks exposed the 76ers and pantsed them. And they did an extraordinary job at it. That's the last I'm going to say about the New York Knicks. Because they should feel proud. And they should get rest. And they're going to move on to the next round. I assume that they're going to probably play Detroit. And they have to get ready. They have to get ready for the film stuff. They got to get OG healthy. And they got to stay strong. But that's all that I'm going to say about the New York Knicks. To the 76ers. They were not the better team compared to this New York Knicks team heading on into the series. This 76ers team played an incredible series against Boston. Nothing to say about that. I'm disappointed. I'm super disappointed in this organization. And here's why. Not only did they trade away Jared McCain, Daryl Morey said earlier this season, we have a lot of guard depth. After they traded away Jared McCain, they still said, we still have a lot of guard depth. Meanwhile, I look, and the very next day, after his press conference, maybe it was 2 days afterwards, regardless, not too long after that press conference, he went to go get campaign overseas. Anybody in the chat want to tell me how many minutes campaign played in this postseason? Anybody want to even tell me if campaign was even in uniform during this postseason? As a matter of fact, was campaign even on the team? No. In this series alone, Quentin Grimes was your best bench player. Quentin Grimes in this series averaged a total of, and I'm pulling this up right now as I speak, Quentin Grimes played 16 minutes today, put up 6 points, and in this series averaged 6. He averaged 6. That was his average. And he was your best bench player. My problem is that this team has been like the Phillies, where they have a weakness, and they never addressed what the problem was. The Philadelphia Phillies had a weakness, and the Phillies' weakness was that they couldn't figure out a way to play small ball, and teams figured them out. They got them to chase at more off-speed pitches. They were throwing them less fastballs, and they were throwing pitches that were way out of the zone. And the Philadelphia Phillies were swinging for the fences, and they just kept running it back year in and year out, and they still were doing that. Joel Embiid, great talent, phenomenal player. Injuries have been a problem, but this is this is what gets to me, Chad. You have a guy who is out there giving you all of this production with his usage rate up there at 95%. You basically are putting the responsibility on one guy to carry the team, throughout his first 12 of 14 years in the league. This guy's playing defense, this guy's playing offense, and you gave him no help. None. When Jimmy Butler came, they didn't pay Jimmy Butler, they paid Tobias Harris. They signed him to a terrible max contract. It ended up really backfiring. Markelle Fultz comes on in, he can't shoot. Ben Simmons comes on in and just cannot play basketball at a high level at all. So every year, Joel Embiid has had to carry this unit with no help. None. He told the front office this year, and he said it to the media. Go back. Go watch it yourself. He said, please, whatever you do not duck the luxury tax. I want to win the championship. This guy comes back from an appendix injury. This guy comes back from knee surgery to start off the season. I never, in my wildest dreams, thought that he was even going to be back out there on a basketball court. Go back to my first video of the season. When I'm watching Joel Embiid running up and down the floor, I was like, wow. The fact that you just never gave him any support, that's why I'm mad. I'll get to VJ Edgecombe. I'll get to Tyrese Maxey in just a little bit. But why do I feel this way? Why do I feel disappointed? Because they never capitalized on the window of number 21. Think about everything that this guy has had to go through from this organization. Just think about it. They never fixed the backup center. When your backup center, and when you're taken out of the game, and your team is minus 27 on the field, on the court every single game, that's a recipe for disaster. You have a one-man wrecking crew that's going out there giving it his all, and yet his teammates just aren't good enough to help him. That's a problem. This season, the problem was this. The problem ended up being the fact that you just didn't have any depth around this guy. No athletic wings except for Oubre. Oubre is not a starter. Oubre is a really solid bench player. Don't have any physical guys. And the New York Knicks pants that with you. The only reason why Boston didn't expose you was because their starters weren't as good as yours. The Knicks starters were just as good as yours. They were more athletic than yours. And you're relying on Tyrese Maxey to put up 41 minutes per game while carrying you during the regular season. Tell me a player that gets played that amount of time during the season. 41 minutes per game in the playoffs. I'm just talking about the first round. This guy was putting up, I believe that the average, let me actually look at this just to double check here. Tyrese Maxey this year was averaging 38 minutes a game. 38 minutes per game. VJ Edgecombe this year. Run on into the ground again. Edgecombe was putting up 35 minutes per game, but this guy was also putting up 39 minutes per game in the postseason. That's a rookie. That's a recipe for disaster. We can get to the players. We can talk about what they have to improve upon because there are rooms for improvement when you look at their individual talent. But the reason why you lost this series is because your team was not built to last for a deep playoff run, period. You got Paul George, who's getting paid a lot of money, who also gets suspended for 21 games. He can't last a season. You got Joel Embiid, who I love, but he is just so injury prone. He can't even last a season. So basically, you're telling me that with all that salary that you have between those two guys, plus the pieces that you have, which just aren't good, you can't even be competitive in an Eastern Conference that I also believe was wide open. No Jason Tatum, no Tyrese Halliburton. You take a look at the talent around the East, it was up for grabs. It was. This is a failure on the organization. And that's what I really want this to be the focus of. This organization failed. This isn't a reflection on the players. This is a reflection on the organization, guys. Why you saw the product that you saw out there today is a complete reflection in the mirror of where this Philadelphia 76ers organization is at. The car that they had blew up. It blew up. You have a science experiment. You show off what your science lab what your science project is, and it just explodes right in front of you. That was the 76ers today. They had a presentation to give to the class. The bridge was falling apart. Couldn't stand on its own 2 feet. And it started to fold. And it was a fragile bridge to begin with. That's the problem. And while I'm not happy with Paul George scoring for the first time, when he scored today, it was for the first time in 4 quarters. I'm not happy about that. That's on him. I was very mad at Tyrese Maxey for not being aggressive today. He was aggressive, I thought. And I also thought that he was firing up threes. The shots just weren't going. He wasn't making his shots. I can still critique him. And while I believe that he could have done a better job rebounding the basketball, he didn't do it. But guess what? Again, on the flip side of the coin, this guy's playing 41 minutes per game. And he's putting up 38 minutes per game during the regular season because they're just relying on somebody to carry them rather than play as a team, as a unit. To understand how frustrating that is. This, to me, wasn't about getting past the second round this year for the first time. It wasn't about getting past the second round. This year was about how can we capitalize on the guys that we have now, build for the future, while also try to maximize the window that we have on Joel Embiid and Paul George. And they didn't do that this year. They didn't do that. But again, you understand why I'm mad. I'm mad not at VJ. I'm not mad at Tyrese Maxey. I'm mad at the organization. And that's where the pointer should go. Joshua Harris. He has to sell the team. He has to. He's not going to. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. At least John Middleton cares. At least Jeffrey Lurie cares. I think that Comcast is starting to care too. Josh Harris doesn't care. No. Just based off of what happened at the end of this game, ticket sales next year, I'm sure are not going to be high. Because do you trust ownership to move forward in the right direction with VJ and Tyrese? I don't trust them. They put themselves in this tough spot. And that's what it comes down to. John Clark even said this here to back up my point about the bridge not being built to last. The Sixers were blown out by 30 or more points 4 times in these playoffs. That's the most in NBA playoff history in a single postseason. Twice by the Knicks, twice by the Celtics. There you go. They weren't built to last. They were treading water the entire time. And when they had the miraculous comeback against the Celtics, it was an absolute admiration. And I was proud of them for showing off their fight. But they were tired. This thing was not sustainable. This thing was breakable. I have to keep pointing that out there. They embarrassed themselves in this series. And it showed. It definitely showed. You want to talk about the game itself? All I got to say is this. The New York Knicks, while they were hitting everything, they wanted it more in the first quarter. The Sixers didn't show any hustle today. It's not rocket science. They didn't show any hustle today because they were tired. And they just don't have the construction of a good basketball team. It didn't matter who Nick Nurse put out there. He could have put Justin Edwards in there to start off the game. And yet nothing would work. Basketball is all about having the right talent. And the coach's job is to be able to use the talent that he has at the best level. But coaches don't win you basketball series alone. 9 times out of 10. That's up to the players. That's up to the pieces that are on the team. Why were the New York Knicks getting a lot of open threes? Because they ran the pick and pop 75,002 times. They got space. They got a screen from Mitchell Robinson. And it didn't matter if it was Deuce McBride, Landry Shamet, or Jalen Brunson. You give those guys a sea of green. Cash. Gotcha. Bada bing, bada boom. So they got exposed. And the Knicks were like, you know what? Let's just keep running that. Let's keep running that and keep running that and keep running that because they can't stop us. Do you remember that scene in Spider-Man? It was the Amazing Spider-Man, where Peter Parker is just like toying with this one guy, and he gets him to be webbed up, whatever. He can't move. And he's just toying with the guy, and he looks like he's about to sneeze, and he does the chew thing, and then he puts out the spider web like right on him. Like he knew exactly what he was doing. He was in complete control of the situation, and you just absolutely knew that this guy stood no chance against Peter Parker. That's how the 76ers looked in this series, and that's how they looked in this game. But once again, the Knicks should feel so good about themselves because the Knicks, that's a playoff team. That's a team that's built for a deep playoff run with the way that they are structured. They have a great bench. They have phenomenal length. This Knicks team is a monster. They are a monster. I think that they can definitely compete at a high level with this Detroit team. if Detroit gets past Cleveland. I'm not taking anybody for granted. You got to take it one game at a time. Absolutely. I hear you. But this team is special. They have something going on. It's their year. There's magic. The Flyers had magic, and then they lost it. But this Knicks team, I've never seen anything like it before. When you could even put a body on Jalen Brunson and have Paul George defend him, and yet he'll still make the three. Like, I really thought that at one point in this game, when they were 9 for 10, I thought they're not missing the rest of the way. They were 18 for 20? No, I'm sorry. They were 14 for 19 from three to start off the game. 14 for 19. Good going. The game was over midway through the first quarter. They had a 19-point lead in the first at the very end of the first. And that was the game. That was the game. They out-rebounded you. They were just playing fast, quick, and they attacked you in every single facet. People were saying that Tyrese has to be more aggressive, and I even said that too. But give the Knicks credit here, because every time that Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe were heading over to the cup, Jalen Brunson was ready to inbound that basketball as Maxey and Edgecombe hit the ground hard. And all of a sudden, it's 5-on-4 basketball because they're just playing so quick. They're so crisp with their passing. How do you stop that? You stop that by getting more athletic players. But with this roster, they weren't going to stop that. They weren't going to do that. So overall, am I disappointed? Absolutely, I'm disappointed. But how can I be mad at this roster? At the players, I should say. They didn't have enough. They were unprepared from the start. Doesn't mean that I don't keep my head up high about VJ, because I do. And we'll talk about the offseason later. I didn't expect them to beat the Knicks. They surprised me by getting past Boston. But I can still be upset with the franchise. I can still complain about that while giving the Knicks praise. It's a tough day. It's bittersweet, in a sense. Ben Stiller even said, respect to the Sixers and their fans. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but yeah, I'm a little sad. But at the same time, this is only going to make the winning even better if we're able to get down Broad Street. It just sucks to be able to go through this as an organization and see a player, a guy who didn't even pick up a basketball till he was 14 years old. 12 years old. And then just play at a high level. Get compared to Greg Oden. People said that he couldn't stay healthy. And he was always injury prone. But guess what? People didn't think that he was even going to play basketball. And the Sixers took him. And this guy has given everything. Every single thing that he's had to the city. He's a warrior. People might not like facing him. People may have called him a dirty player at times. But this guy loves to play basketball, and he's a darn good talent. and just never got help. Never got the right help that he needed. And the Sixers made a bad investment investing into his extension. That doesn't even kick on in until next year. I'm sad that he's not going to get down Broad Street. And I'm sad that I even feel like we have to trade him. I defended him for years. I did. I defended him for years. And I kept saying, you got to go to battle for this guy. Because this guy just has, he's an otherworldly talent when he's healthy. The problem is that he's just never healthy. And I kept saying, you know what, I want to ride with this. I want to ride with this for the first time. I'm officially saying I'm done. And I feel sad about that. All I wanted for this guy was to just get past the second round. And he never got to do that. So I'm sad in that regard. VJ Edgecombe has a very bright future ahead of him. And I still think Tyrese Maxey has a very bright future ahead of him. They got to knock down threes. Edgecombe needs to become a threat from three, and he has to work on that during the offseason. And let this be a lesson, too, with Jalen Brunson, because he guarded Derek White very well this year in the playoffs. And he's a great defensive player. But when you're going up against somebody that's a top 5, a top 10 MVP caliber player, this humbles you. And this should make you want to get better at your game. And I'm really hoping that VJ Edgecombe uses this as fuel because he has the talent. He is explosive. My eyes don't deceive me. This guy is going to be a star. And Tyrese, I believe he is still going to grow from this because Tyrese Maxey has been clutch throughout his entire career. And we've called him one of the clutchest players in basketball. This series, he was not clutch at all. But again, the window is not over. The window, I still think, is just getting started for Tyrese Maxey. And he's now put himself in the tier of being one of the top 5 best guards. If he's not getting double teamed on every single possession if the Knicks didn't respect him. The Knicks respect him a lot. They were giving him superstar level treatment. And that is also a compliment. Here's what Sixers Adam said. Ask Nick Nurse about VJ Edgecombe and his rookie season now that it's over. His response, that was a hell of an impressive rookie season, and it was. I mean, he's a hell of a player. And it's not about shooting, scoring, jumping, or any of that stuff. He really knows how to play. He really has a leadership quality to him. I think he's a big-time winner. Works really hard. I mean, I think it was an incredible season for him. And just really, really, like, future's really bright because of some of the amazing intangibles that he has. And I agree on that. I'm just nervous that the organization is going to mishandle his timeline now. They got to get his timeline and Tyrese Maxey's timeline correct. Because they have the chance to become one of the best backcourt duos in all of basketball. How do you surround them with the correct talent? Can you move off the Paul George contract? Can you find a way to shift and get off the Embiid contract? I'd say no. But that's where I am. Calling into the show, 610-314-0844. And actually, before you do that, I want to say one more thing that Sixers Adam said. I asked about the relationship with the Sixers front office. Joel Embiid said, I love Philly. Reiterated his desire to win in Philadelphia and spend his whole career here. And talked about the disappointment of not winning a title. Didn't address where he is at with management. And that part is big. It's clear that this guy wants to win. But it's also clear that this guy just has not. He's gotten very unlucky with injuries. And he just also has not had the right management around him. Sad. Call on in, though. And we'll also read some messages, too. But the Knicks should feel very proud of themselves. I want to continue to reiterate that because they played a heck of a series against this team. And they showed the 76ers what their firepower is. And they're putting the league on notice, too. They're putting the league on notice, too. You don't think anybody else is watching them? No. But that's all I got to say. The Knicks took over the building, absolutely. Calling in. 610-314. Call. Talk to me. I can't be the only one that's disappointed. I can't be the only one that's sad. I'm sure that you guys are sad too. Embiid says, maybe I have to go to church more. Or maybe I'm cursed. Maybe Philadelphia's cursed. That's a joke when talking about his challenging injury issues. No 2-minute post-game break. Dude, the game was over at literally during the first quarter. Just jumped on in right over to it. 26 years. 26 freaking years. It's crazy, man. Embiid could still win me over if he stays healthy. It's a huge if. And many years from now, there is no next season or one after that. I'm just nervous about where they go next. Because they got to turn the page. Do you know how much it pains me to say this? Do you know how much it pains me to say that it's time to move on from Joel? It's a business. You got to take the emotions out. You have to. Great talent. Phenomenal player. A guy that always went to war for this city. And a guy that I didn't even think was even going to come back and play ever again. That's an admiration. And he gets appendix surgery. And comes back early from that. That's a winning mentality to me. That's the definition of a winner. People that have called him a loser, I don't understand why. I'm extremely proud of this team. It's just hard to be excited because I respect your team. You can be both. You can be excited and you can be like, damn, I feel bad for the Sixers because this Knicks team, just from a basketball perspective, I have to admit, with the way that they play, they're a good bunch. They're a really good bunch. And again, guys, 3 things can be true. I can be upset, I can respect the opponent, and I can also feel mad at what the Sixers' flaws are. I'm calling a spade a spade. This is not bias. The Knicks outplayed the 76ers in every facet. Did you realize that there was a time today where the New York Knicks had 6 offensive rebounds? 6. They were the physically, psychologically, and mentally the better team in this series. Without OG Anunoby in 2 of their games. They've got so much talent. And the funny part is that we thought that maybe the Knicks would cool off from 3 after they played 2 heck of a games against the Hawks. They have not cooled down. I've never seen anything like it. Sometimes you just have to tip your cap to the better talent. This isn't about not tipping my cap. This is about, once again, this is about this team not getting better. It's like when you look, there was a scene in Full House. I don't know if you guys ever saw Full House. There was a scene in Full House where DJ wasn't talking to Danny. Okay, Danny's her dad. And Danny was like really sad about that, and he thought that it was on her, but it was really on him, and I forget why it was. But there was a night where he went bowling, and DJ left because she got really angry at him, and she sort of crashed out on him for just not doing something right. And he was like pushing her away. And there was this kid that was with her dad that was bowling, and she got a strike. And they just looked so happy together. They looked so happy together. She was like, I love you so much, Dad. Like, I got a strike. And they were just celebrating together, and he was hugging her. He picked her up. And it made Danny feel jealous. Maybe not jealous, but like, you know, it made him feel mad that that wasn't the relationship that he had with his daughter at that time. That's the way that I look at the Knicks right now as a 76ers fan. I'm like, damn, they played really good basketball. Why didn't my team do that? Why isn't my team built like this? Why haven't they been able to figure it out? That's the best analogy that I can make. Keep it clean in the chat. I understand you guys are upset. You have every right to be upset. But I do need you guys to keep it clean. And Longball's doing his job. Big shout out to Longball. Knicks made the adjustments that we couldn't make, says Joe. And even if we did, no hustle, no rebounds, horrible field goal percentage, no leadership from teammates to be inspired by. There was no juice. Embiid can play as good as any other big man in the NBA on any given night. No depth. Barely had a consistent starting 5. True. Absolutely true. With all those shoulders of his Fuqua, I could see JJ clanging and banging in the paint. Joel Embiid on VJ Edgecombe, that guy is going to be a monster. Love that quote. It's hard to believe that they beat the Celtics. It's almost like the Celtics beat themselves, says Earth Mystery. I don't think that this Celtics team could beat this New York Knicks team, with all due respect. I don't. The Celtics did get into their own heads, but they didn't have a response or an answer to Joel. The Knicks did. The Knicks had more bodies, they had more size, and they played faster with the size that they had. Everybody says, well, the 76ers play faster without Joel Embiid. That part is correct. The Sixers play better without Joel Embiid. That part is incorrect. And the reason why it's incorrect is because Joel Embiid is a 30-point scorer on any given night, and if you give him mismatches, he can slow the game down. The problem is that the guys that are giving the ball to him, trying to give the ball to him, they're backing him up. The Knicks were backing him up throughout this entire series. They didn't let him get to the rim. Because Karl Anthony Towns, OG Anunoby, Ariel Hawkporty, Mitchell Robinson, and even Mikal Bridges, when he was guarding him, right? They had the double teams come, and they were quick double teams, and they could just rotate, boom, 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 boom. They were everywhere. It was actually like a lot of the times that the Knicks had 6 players out there rather than 5 because they were ready for the rotations. They were just in sync like that. So when Embiid's getting the ball downhill and he's getting double-teamed or triple-teamed, then guess what? If he zips it out over to Tyrese Maxey, Mikal Bridges is right there. He knows that that's his guy. Right there. Boom. You could snap your fingers, and yet they were just back on defense. That's called being locked in. That's called having discipline. We gave him superstar treatment because he is in a year or two. We're going to have to do the same thing with VJ when it goes back to Tyrese Maxey. Yes, and that is a compliment, chat. The Knicks learned from their last playoff series against Tyrese Maxey. They don't forget about what he did in the Garden. Do you understand? They don't forget about 7 points in 17 seconds. That's what Tyrese Maxey did. They still have flashbacks to that. They still have nightmares about that. So they guard him that way because they know that he's an elite player. And when you're getting guarded like that, again, it's a compliment. They're saying, we don't want you to shoot, and we have the bodies that can rotate on you. Especially because you're playing 41 minutes and you're tired per game. Meanwhile, Jalen Brunson is in the dunker spot on defense, and yet he can just play offense. That's all he was doing. He was getting rebounds. All they said to Jalen Brunson, just go get rebounds. Just pass the ball and just play your game because we got you covered. It's not rocket science, guys. It's not. That's almost you, JJ. Let that sink in 26 years. We had 9 offensive rebounds at one point. You had 10 total at that time, off and defense, man. The most frustrating player to me was by far the 30-year-old Kelly Paul Oubre Jr. Let's talk about Oubre. Kelly Oubre Jr. did not play well. He didn't play well. You're right. Kelly Oubre Jr. was disappointing. Kelly Oubre Jr. was disappointing. I can be mad about how he was getting erased from getting rebounds, and he was not knocking down shots. Oubre usually does knock down shots, and the Knicks even disrespected him And they said, you know what? We're going to leave you open. And then he did knock down 4 open threes. And that was back in game 3, I want to say. But this guy as a three-point shooter was not hitting anything. And we thought that maybe he could find a way to knock down the open shots and then just take it right over to the cup. No. He didn't do that. And he was getting very reckless with the basketball. And I love Oubre. I think Oubre's a dog. I think that when Oubre, I feel like that his role, again, I'm going to say this one more time, Kelly Oubre Jr. is a very good bench piece. If you have him coming off the bench in like a 9-10 man rotation, he's a good athletic wing. The Knicks could find a way to use Kelly Oubre with the way that they're playing because he would fit right on into their system. Unfortunately, the problem is that the 76ers have to use him as a starter. Imagine if Tyler Kolek or Jose Alvarado had to be a starter. They get the same type of performance. And that's where it's at. I will take a phone call. All right? I will take some phone calls. 610-314-0844. We're going to take a phone call right here. There we go. 267. After this series today, what's your message to ownership and what's your message to the front office? (267) Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. This series or this game?
What's your message to the front office after this whole entire series? Ownership in the front office. What are you telling them after this series?
You there?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. Yeah, I heard you said this. Were you saying this series or this game?
Oh, I was saying this series. What are you telling the front office? What's your message to the front office and to Josh Harris after this series?
Okay, Josh Harris is the owner, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'm telling him, if you're not going to sell this team, I want the general manager and the assistant general manager and the coach fired. You're never, ever, ever going to win anything with Nick Nurse. He still thinks he's coaching the Toronto Raptors. You got 2 guys on the team that didn't play. I was so disgusted to see Janae Broom in the game tonight, making layups and dunks, and the New York Knicks ain't caring whether he's scoring or not. When you didn't even use the guy, when you should have used him to give Andre Drummond or Bona a breather.
Do you think that they had enough talent? 267. Do you think that they had enough talent to compete with this team?
No. But I do believe that they had some talent on the bench that should have been used. Number one,
fair.
Kelly Oubre is not a starter. Kelly Oubre is not a starter.
Correct.
Kelly Oubre is not a starter.
Yes.
He's erratic. He gives you sporadic play, and you're never, ever, ever going to win anything with a starting player like that. No, there's no starting player on the Knicks that are erratic like that. And when they are, Brown took them out the game.
Yeah. Exactly.
And Brown outcoached circles around Nick Nurse in this entire series. And I'm no Mike Brown fan, but he coached circles around Nick Nurse.
They kept spamming that pick and roll. The pick and roll and the pick and pop, man. It was just like that. I don't even think that they ran any other plays. I really saw like 90% of this game. It was just all pick and rolls. It was just all pick and rolls, pick and pops, and then Robinson setting a screen for Jalen Brunson off the dribble. One dribble right there, right over towards the left side. Shuffles his feet, takes a three, bam, gets a sea of green, cash.
Yep. And when the ball goes up and there's an offensive rebound, our players are looking up in the sky like they're waiting for Jesus to come back instead of just putting their body on a player and keeping New York from getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 offensive rebounds. Yeah. They're standing there looking up in the sky like waiting for Jesus. Come on, man.
I needed this. I needed this.
JJ, here's my main point, JJ. I was so embarrassed to have New York come into Philadelphia and sweep the Sixers. I don't care, JJ, what I had to do. If I had to take some money out my own pocket and put every starter on the bench and tell them back up, I got $1,000 for everybody that can play some defense and go out here and stop Brunson and help us win this game, because I'm not losing on this court on Mother's Day in Philadelphia. I'm not going to do it. It's embarrassing how they partied like it was 1999 in Philly after sweeping us. No pride, man. I didn't see no pride from Maxey. I didn't see no pride from nobody. You got 24 points from Embiid, and he probably shouldn't even have been playing.
Do you blame Sixers fans not showing up today, even though it was a playoff game?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Especially if they had tickets. If I had tickets, I'd have been there.
I'm with you.
You can't do that.
I'm with you.
Come on, man.
I'm with you. I
was embarrassed.
I see both sides, but I definitely hear you, because how many times are you in that playoffs?
Right. And listen, Mike Brown took Deuce McBride off the bench, put him in the game, and he gives New York 25.
It was like OG Anunoby was playing 2, 6, 7.
Yeah. And guess what? Anunoby was like Magic Johnson, was like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar when they swept the Sixers years ago, and Magic Johnson had like 40 points and 17 rebounds and just destroyed the Sixers by himself. And Kareem was sitting at home with his foot up in a cast, drinking a cold one.
I love that analogy. I could not have said that any better. I could not have said that any better.
You know, if people realize that there's only ever been 2 championships in Philadelphia. The greatest basketball team that was ever assembled, the 1967 76ers. Wilt Chamberlain, Luke Jackson, Wally Jones, Chet the Creeper Walker, Billy Cunningham, the Kangaroo Kid who would coach the Sixers in the next championship of 1983. And that's it. 2 championships in 40 years.
And then you look at the other side of I-95 and you say to yourself, why can't we have this type of a team?
Yeah, but this Sixers team did something that none of them other teams did, man. They beat the Celtics, and that was their championship. But they shouldn't have played like that was their championship. They should have at least won 1 game against New York, and that game should have been the day. You should have had some pride not to let this team sweep you 4 games straight, even though they were the better team. But they played like they were better.
No, absolutely. I have to put this out there, okay? Because Josh Hart just said this. He just said this to Philly, and I don't even know if I can say anything. So listen to this. Okay, give me your thoughts about this. Josh Hart just said, quote, I used to think Philly was a sports town. I don't know anymore.
Wow. It's a sports town, but it's not. It's an Eagles town.
I agree.
And the spirit of Philadelphia should not only be the Philadelphia Eagles. It should be the Sixers. It should be the Phillies. It should be the Flyers, and I see a reconstruction of the Flyers going on. That's wonderful, man.
I do too. Absolutely.
And they're going to surpass. They've already surpassed the Sixers.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But yeah, for Josh Hart to say that, no, I can't agree with that. It's still a sports town, but it's not a 76ers town.
I agree with that part. I definitely agree with that. But I
feel,
but I also feel like that he has a right to say that though, because it didn't look like it was a sports town today.
Whew, sure didn't.
So.
And you know he's a local kid, man. He's
exactly.
A local guy, man.
I know.
Come on.
I know.
You
I know. Absolutely.
I mean, they got New York got some juice, JJ. We ain't got no juice.
Exactly.
We ain't got no juice, JJ.
Nope.
And for you to have
the battery was dead. The car battery was dead.
Yeah, but Embiid was the best player, and he shouldn't have been playing.
Yeah. It's sad.
They got some changes to make, man, and if they don't make it from the top, they're going nowhere. But I will never watch another Sixers game if they don't fire Nick Nurse. Nick Nurse got to go.
Right. Absolutely.
The other guy, the what's the guy managing? The guy that Nick Nurse probably doesn't have a juice straw worth of input to the manager. What's the other guy name? Morey?
Mm-hmm. Daryl Morey and Elton Brand. You know what's funny? I just have to say this like really quickly. You asked me a month ago. You came on here. You asked me a month ago, what does Elton Brand even do? You did. You asked me that. And
I forgot he was on the team.
It's crazy.
I forgot he was on the team.
I know.
He's getting paid to do what?
Yeah, absolutely. I really don't know. I have no clue what he does.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm finished. You, Jason Joseph, have been my greatest pleasure in connecting with the Sixers, being able to vent on them.
I appreciate that. You know you're always welcome to come on here anytime.
Oh, man, listen, but they got some changes to make, brother. Because this was embarrassing.
Yeah. It doesn't sit well with me. I don't think it should sit well with anybody. And again, I love VJ Edgecombe and I love Tyrese Maxey, and I feel like that they have a bright future here. But I'm going to say the same thing that I said even to the Philadelphia Phillies. I said that if the Phillies are gonna want to try to get a deep playoff run, they're gonna have to focus on their pitching rather than their hitting. Now the Phillies didn't do that.
Right.
But the Philadelphia 76ers need to focus on the two guards.
Yep.
Can they build around them?
They can only build around them if they've got management that's willing to give them players to build around them.
Yep. And
if they have a coach that's willing and knows how to teach them something. We don't have either of them.
Sad.
So the only thing that will end up happening with Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe is to be traded to try to get somebody to replace Embiid.
That's sad, but I can definitely see that.
To do that. Yeah,
wow.
They would be stupid enough to do something like that.
Wow. 267, I love you so much, man. You take it easy.
I appreciate you, brother, man. Love your work. Love what you do. May the Lord bless you and keep you.
Absolutely, man. Happy Mother's Day to you and your family.
Thank you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Amen. Thank you. And likewise to you also as well.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Shout out to my guy. I love him, man. He's great. He was right. I couldn't disagree with him. The comparisons that he was making, man, to Kareem. Good stuff. Good stuff. So, I think that's going to wrap it up for me. All right. We'll be talking more about this team. But once again, congratulations to the New York Knicks. Nothing to take anything away from them. Nothing. Nothing to take anything away from them because they played a freaking hell of a series. And they're going to be a tough out. They're going to continue to be a tough out, and they are just rolling right now. There's questions about them moving forward. Can they stay ready? This isn't a Knicks show, but I just have to, again, tip my cap. I got to tip my cap to them. And this is coming from a Philly fan. Greatness is greatness. Talent is talent. And roster construction is roster construction. They played a heck of a series. So, with that, that's going to wrap it up for me. I love you all so much. All right? We will definitely keep talking about the offseason. I'm sure that we'll hear end of the season press conferences, and we'll talk more about that as the week goes. But Lila Tov, have yourself a great rest of your night. It was a fun season. Last thing that I do want to say is this. I'm so thankful for each and every one of you, for all of you who tuned on in throughout this whole entire season. The basketball content's not going anywhere. We appreciate each and every one of you for being on here. All right. We're going to keep rocking and rolling. Now it's time to shift and do more baseball stuff. But this was a great year. All right. Love you all. Lila Tov. Good night.